Good day. Bonjour. Buenos dias. My name is Sarah Cohen, and I am the Director General for South America and Inter-American Affairs at Global Affairs Canada. I will be one of the moderators for this event today. On behalf of Canada, it is my honor to welcome you to the 2021 International Donors Conference in solidarity with Venezuelan refugees and migrants. Tout d'abord, j'aimerais reconnaître que je m'adresse à vous aujourd'hui de l'endroit où je me trouve au Canada, sur le territoire traditionnel non cédé du peuple algonquin Anishinaabe. Today's conference is a message of solidarity and of support to millions of Venezuelans and their host communities. We start the conference with a video that provides an overview of the crisis with images courtesy of the Regional Interagency Coordination Platform for Refugees and Migrants from Venezuela. I then invite Her Excellency Karina Gould, Minister of International Development of Canada, to follow with her opening remarks.
Every day, Venezuelans are making the impossibly difficult decision to leave their homeland and everything they have behind. More than 5.6 million have made this choice. Mothers, fathers, children, some traveling alone, and the elderly. They carry with them hope for a better life, decent work, education, health, security. This represents the second largest displacement crisis in the world. And the COVID-19 pandemic has only exacerbated the hardship and risks for Venezuelans. Many, including governments and host communities, have responded in solidarity, providing assistance and taking steps to integrate millions of Venezuelans. The Regional Refugee and Migrant Response Plan brings together 159 organizations and 17 host country governments. The plan is calling for $1.4 billion in 2021 to respond to the most pressing humanitarian and development needs. We must all do our parts to support the region and help meet the needs of Venezuelan refugees and migrants and their host communities. The international community must step up now.
On the eve of World Refugee Day. Today, Canada is carrying the torch, following the leadership shown by the European Union and Spain as co-hosts of the 2020 Donors Conference. Juntos, estamos enviando un mensaje global de apoyo y solidaridad a millones de refugiados y migrantes venezolanos que han tomado la decisión imposiblemente difícil de dejar sus hogares, así como a las comunidades que los acogen en 17 países de América Latina y el Caribe. We are here today to raise additional support for the response to a crisis that, despite its magnitude, has gone largely unnoticed and underreported. La pandémie de COVID-19 a attiré tellement l'attention et les ressources du monde qu'elle a en fait éclipsé cette crise. Et pourtant, les réfugiés, les migrants et leurs communautés d'accueil sont parmi les plus durement touchés par la pandémie. As we have heard, the pandemic has added even greater hardship, increasing the many risks that Venezuelans meet as they try to reach safety. Lengthy lockdown measures cripple refugees and migrants' attempts to find jobs. In particular, women and girls are exposed to even greater risks of exploitation and xenophobia. And women and girls face the additional challenges of gender-based violence and lack of access to sexual and reproductive health services. The impact of the pandemic is not just on refugees and migrants. Throughout the region, local communities are suffering greatly. We have seen bold and courageous initiatives by host countries to give protection to millions of refugees and migrants. However, the mass influx is overwhelming. They need our support for their efforts. To the many people involved in the response, the UN family, civil society, faith-based and refugee and migrant-led organizations, donors, the private sector, the Red Cross movement, and multilateral development banks. Thank you. Thank you for your steadfast commitment and support. I also recognize the important role that UNHCR and IOM continue to play as the co-leads of the Regional Interagency Coordination Platform for Refugees and Migrants from Venezuela and co-conveners of this conference. Pero en particular, encomió los importantes esfuerzos de los países y comunidades de acogida y de los muchos ciudadanos individuales en toda la región que dan la bienvenida y ofrecen esperanza a los refugiados y migrantes venezolanos. Tienen mi más profundo agradecimiento. Despite the challenges, many host countries and communities in Latin America and the Caribbean are taking steps to address the challenge, generously respond to needs, and commit to social and economic integration. Han mostrado compasión y coraje ante una enorme responsabilidad. There are important emerging themes in the response. These focus on longer-term integration and recognizing the important contributions refugees and migrants can make to host countries. I look forward to hearing from host governments and civil society, and for the first time, the private sector, on what they are doing. And I want to welcome our generous donors, new donors from as far away as New Zealand, and new European friends, some who are familiar with what it means to host refugees and migrants. Aussi important que soit l'engagement, il est tout aussi important que nous honorions nos engagements. Je suis heureuse de dire que les donateurs ont réalisé la grande majorité de ce qu'ils avaient promis l'année dernière. Canadá está comprometido con la transparencia y la rendición de cuentas, y pondremos en marcha un proceso para dar seguimiento a las promesas de este año. Con nuestras acciones, les estamos diciendo a los países de la región y a los refugiados y migrantes venezolanos que estamos aquí para apoyarlos. We know that the response to this crisis cannot be left to host countries and communities alone. I look forward to hearing the chorus of voices of solidarity and support. Thank you. Merci. Gracias.
Thank you, Minister Gould, for those remarks. I now invite Mr. Antonio Vitorino, Director General, International Organization for Migration, to provide his opening remarks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear Minister Gould, Excellencies, dear colleagues. I would like to start expressing my recognition for Canada for hosting this conference and for all the intensive preparatory work that has been done. The diversity of actors represented today illustrates the willingness to address this unprecedented displacement in the region. I also want to praise host countries for their great solidarity. Since last year that we have been together, we see more Venezuelans undertake dangerous and life-threatening journeys to reach their destination. And as the Minister has said, due to COVID-19, we have witnessed a sharp increase in loss of jobs, more evictions, and growing levels of xenophobia. While the challenges are many, I would like to highlight also encouraging initiatives, as well as to recognize the opportunities that migrants and refugees bring to host communities. Access to regular status is a crucial step for integration, but it is also a key protection measure. The first steps of the temporary protection status for Venezuelans implemented by Colombia shows that more than 850,000 refugees and migrants have registered to apply for regularization. And recent announcements by the President-elect of Ecuador and by the Dominican Republic are also very encouraging signs to all of us. I would also want to highlight the need to include Venezuelans in the national vaccination plans, because this is a critical aspect of a successful combat of COVID-19 in the entire region. In addition, we need to forge positive perceptions of migrants and refugees' contribution to the economic, productive, social, and even cultural life of host societies. While, of course, in this session today, we all remain focused on the much needed humanitarian assistance, we also have to acknowledge the relevance of long-term solutions in terms of socio-economic integration and direct support to host communities, particularly in health, housing, and education. Civil society and diaspora organizations play a paramount role, as well as the private sector, which I very much welcome, to ensure access to jobs, but also the development of the receptor communities, particularly in the border areas. I would like to congratulate all countries engaged in the Quito process, Peru leadership, welcome Brazil as the next chairman of this platform of cooperation. As the minister has recalled, under the co-leadership of UNHCR and IOM, the R4V platform stands ready to continue to support governments in the region in addressing humanitarian and also development needs. Today, we are counting on the support from all of you to show the same solidarity as host countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General. I now invite His Excellency Filippo Grandi, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, to provide his opening remarks.
Thank you, Minister Gould, dear Karina, Director General Vitorino, dear Antonio, dear participants and friends. I speak to you today from the region impacted by the outflow of Venezuelan refugees and migrants, where I have decided to spend this week, during which we will observe World Refugee Day in recognition of the commendable efforts made by host countries. And it is a pleasure to join you today from Panama, which hosts the regional refugee and migrant response platform that we have co-led with IOM since 2018. And it is a privilege to sit here alongside with the joint special envoy of IOM and UNHCR, Eduardo Stein, who has been instrumental in helping to advance solutions for Venezuelans and the communities that host them. Eduardo, estamos muy agradecidos por tu trabajo tan valioso. Today's conference comes at a critical juncture. As the COVID-19 pandemic continues to ravage Latin America and the Caribbean, refugees and migrants from Venezuela are facing growing protection challenges. 1 out of 4 Venezuelan children are now separated from one or both parents. 1 out of 3 go to bed hungry. Nearly 2/3 have not made it to a school since the start of the pandemic. Women are also at much greater risk. Domestic violence, sexual harassment, and abuse are rising everywhere. Other people are severely affected. 49% have lost their jobs. Many of them were the main breadwinners. And despite official border closures, displacement continues steadily through irregular movements. This brings much greater risks for people on the move. Extortion by human smuggling networks, robbery, sexual and gender-based violence, human trafficking, and even death, as we have seen recently at sea and across mountainous terrain. All of this has become commonplace. Improved access to territory is thus an essential requirement to avoid often fatal dangers. Irregular movements ultimately result also in irregular status. We heard this from the Director General of IOM, for 30 to 40% of all refugees and migrants from Venezuela, compounding the impact of the COVID-19 related hardships. Several host countries, as was already mentioned, have taken steps to provide regular status through registration and documentation. In February, I was very proud to stand next to President Duque of Colombia when he announced the temporary protection status for 1.7 million Venezuelans in Colombia, a bold and unprecedented move. Similarly, important exercises are underway in Peru, in Ecuador, in the Dominican Republic, and it is my sincere hope, and it is also my request, that other countries follow suit. I urge you, the international community, to step up and support these commendable initiatives, because their success is critical, not only for the country, but for the entire region. And success requires a concerted effort from humanitarian donors and development actors together. The support of the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank for regularization initiatives and the inclusion of refugees and migrants into social protection frameworks is vital. We must also acknowledge the regional efforts made by host countries in the Quito process, advancing socioeconomic integration aspects of protection and solutions, most recently under Peruvian leadership. Last but surely not least, I want to thank all the 159 partners working together under the leadership of the joint platform, including United Nations agencies and NGOs, who, despite the challenges of the past 18 months, continue to bring assistance and protection to Venezuelans, refugees, and migrants. Nothing of what we do would be possible without their work and their commitment. And allow me to conclude by thanking you, Karina, thanking Minister Gould and the Government of Canada for their admirable leadership, rallying all of us to help the millions of Venezuelans, refugees and migrants so generously hosted in this region. Thank you.
Thank you, High Commissioner. I now invite Dr. Eduardo Stein, Joint IOM-UNHCR Special Representative for Venezuelan Refugees and Migrants, to provide opening remarks.
Minister Gould, dear Antonio, dear Filippo, Excellencies, friends all, it is a great honor to participate in this International Donors Conference in solidarity with Venezuelan refugees and migrants. 2 years after the Brussels Solidarity Conference, it's remarkable to see how much has been achieved. And yet, now more than ever, solidarity and support are needed. I want to start by expressing my gratitude to host countries and their governments that despite the setbacks faced this past year, they have stayed committed to providing assistance, protection, and assistance to refugees and migrants. But with COVID-19 still battering Latin America, the task is more challenging than ever. The impact of the pandemic on host countries, as well as on Venezuelan refugees and migrants, has been severe. As a result, in the past 18 months, needs have grown exponentially. For 2021, the Regional Refugee and Migrant Response Plan, RMRP, is calling for $1.44 billion to provide life-saving assistance, protection, and solutions to the most vulnerable refugees and migrants from Venezuela, as well as affected host communities. So I want to thank Canada wholeheartedly for taking the lead in organizing today's conference and a series of preparatory side events. We thank the Inter-American Development Bank for its work to engage the private sector, the World Bank, the European Union for gathering civil society actors, and of course, the agencies who are leading the 9 sectors of the regional R4V platform in their in-depth discussion of key thematic issues. This year marks the first time that the 9 regional sectors of the R4V platform have organized preparatory events to clearly reflect the needs of refugees and migrants from Venezuela and affected host communities in the areas of health, food security, nutrition, wash, protection, shelter, humanitarian transportation, and socioeconomic integration. The events reflected the sectorial needs of 3.3 million persons in critical needs of assistance under the RMRP 2021, together with the proposed response and financial requirements of the 159 R4V platform members working in 17 countries of the region. I would warmly encourage all of you to visit R4V info for the recordings and more detailed information of each one of the meetings. Finally, I would also highlight the work of the Quito process, which has become an important space for the exchange of good practices in national responses and cooperation amongst host countries. While thanking the government of Peru for its achievements over the past 6 months of its presidency, I now thank Brazil for accepting to take the next pro tempore presidency. I will conclude by thanking you all for your support today on behalf not only of refugees and migrants, but also of the communities in which they live, and to all of Latin America in its effort at transformation of this human exodus that has never occurred in our history. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Dr. Stein. Avant de passer aux remarques des dirigeants d'organisations internationales, j'aimerais présenter maintenant notre premier intervenant vénézuélien. It is my pleasure to introduce Ana Lilia, a Venezuelan who describes her first night in Colombia, support she received, and gratitude to Colombia. Ana, adelante.
Mi nombre es Ana Lilia. Cuando yo llegué primeramente a Maicao. Llegué a una plaza, la Plaza Bolívar de Maicao. Allí dormí esa noche porque no tenía dónde quedarme, no tenía plata para pagar un hospedaje ni nada. Al otro día, cuando amaneció, se acercaron unas personas y me dijeron que llegara al refugio, ¿verdad? Y en el refugio pues me dieron la entrada y allí pernoté el tiempo específico que tenía que durar. Allí pues me prestaron toda la atención, todo. En el primer momento fue bastante fuerte porque tuve que quedarme a dormir en el parque y pues no dormí porque el temor, el miedo de que me fueran a hacer daño. En Maicao trabajé un mes vendiendo torta, hice postres, ponqué, vendía gaseosa, agua, allí en el parque. Sí, recibí una ayuda económica y con eso pues me coloqué a hacer los postres y comprar las aguas. pero después no seguí trabajando porque presenté un infarto y no, yo me desmayo, o sea, yo no puedo andar sola, yo me desmayo cuando estoy de pie, y decidí no seguir trabajando y ha sido bastante fuerte y duro mi situación en 3 años que ya llevo acá. Pero bueno, gracias a las organizaciones que me han podido tender la mano y con el poquito de ayuda, no es, no es mucho, pero sí me ayuda con la alimentación de mis hijos. Bueno, y estoy muy agradecida acá en Colombia, sí, estoy bastante agradecida. Lo que no me prestaron allá, lo he conseguido por acá, en Colombia.
Thank you for sharing your story, Ana Lilia. It is important to understand the personal realities that many face when they leave their country. Let me now turn to His Excellency, Antonio Gutierrez, Secretary General of the United Nations, to share a few words.
It is a pleasure to greet this important donors conference. After 6 consecutive years of economic contraction, the socio-political, security and humanitarian situation in Venezuela continues to impose great hardship on the living conditions and physical and mental well-being of the country's people. Many have had no option but to leave their country. The massive exodus of more than 5.6 million people has resulted in the loss of skills vital to the country's welfare and prosperity. At the same time, the arrival of so many refugees and migrants in other countries is exacerbating social and economic tensions. Venezuelans are facing increasing discrimination and xenophobia and finding it increasingly difficult to access institutional protection. COVID-19 has aggravated these challenges. Throughout Latin America and the Caribbean, the economic impact of the pandemic has been devastating, particularly for those depending on the informal sector to survive. The closure of borders has forced many Venezuelans to travel in extreme conditions. The United Nations system and our partners are working to respond to their most pressing needs, both in their country and in the region. The UN's Humanitarian Response Plan for Venezuela works to improve coordination and the provision of assistance. In April, the World Food Programme obtained the agreement of the government of Venezuela to provide school meals to thousands of vulnerable children. This will help to address the worrying increase in child malnutrition and could pave the way to a more productive relationship with humanitarian organizations, including NGOs. UNHCR, IOM and our partners are supporting government, civil society and those communities in providing food, water, shelter, legal protection, medicines and education. Venezuelan refugees and migrants must be included in all vaccination efforts if you are to effectively mitigate the impact of the pandemic. Experience shows that migrants and refugees also contribute to the development of host countries. And Venezuelan refugees and migrants are no exception. They are making significant economic contributions across the region, and they have vast potential to generate new opportunities and benefits for the receiving communities. But these require inclusive policies that promote the socio-economic integration of migrants and refugees. In past decades, the people of Venezuela opened their doors and their hearts to refugees and migrants from the region and beyond. Today they are in desperate need. With your support, we will be able to alleviate today's suffering and chart a path to a better future, and I thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. With that, we conclude the interventions of international organizations. Before moving to host countries, let me turn to Gregory, a Venezuelan who is proud to have had the opportunity to join Peru's COVID-19 response. La palabra es suya, Gregory.
Yo soy Gregory Guevara Portabarría, tengo 29 años de edad. Llegué el 1 de febrero del año 2018 a Lima, Perú. Mis primeros meses en Perú, por obvio, cuando migramos sabemos que no íbamos a trabajar en el área de la carrera de medicina porque teníamos que hacer toda la documentación legal para poder estar formalizados con nuestros papeles, documentos del país, como llegamos como migrantes. Y decidí vender en la calle un tiempo. En la calle vendí chocolates, cafés, desayuno, panes, panetón con chocolate. ¿Cómo me involucré con el proceso del COVID en el área de Perú? A través de una organización que fue la que me ayudó a mí a formalizar mis papeles como médico en este país. Solicitaron a esa organización, personal médico cualificado, colegiado y formal en este país para poder trabajar como médico. El cual, como soy el coordinador de los médicos de esa institución, me dicen que si me gustaría formar parte de la línea del frente sobre el COVID, y acepté sabiendo todos los riesgos que se podían presentar, porque hay mucha gente que nos necesita en zonas vulnerables, en cualquier parte del país donde estamos, y acepté, por supuesto, porque recordemos que cuando te apasiona algo, aceptas los riesgos que puedan pasar, porque nuestro trabajo es salvar vidas. De verdad me siento sumamente orgulloso de haber formado parte de la línea de frentes contra el COVID-19. Atendí una N cantidad de personas, de más de 2.000, 3.000 personas. Es mi forma de agradecerles por todas esas oportunidades que nos dan a los venezolanos en el país que nos está brindando esa acogida como en el que estamos. Perú para mí lo es todo, como si fuera mi Venezuela. Y siempre lo voy a ayudar a que siga saliendo adelante en los pocos conocimientos que yo pueda brindarle. Y como mismo te digo, me siento parte de este grandioso país como mi tierra.
Gracias por compartir su historia, Gregory. Realmente demuestra cómo la integración puede beneficiar tanto a los venezolanos como a sus comunidades y países de acogida. Ahora me gustaría dar la bienvenida a las intervenciones de los países de acogida de Latinoamérica y del Caribe. Abrimos la sesión con las palabras del excelentísimo señor Iván Duque Márquez, presidente de la República de Colombia.
Muy buenos días y un saludo muy especial para todos los participantes en esta importante mesa de donantes. Yo quiero empezar por expresar mi gratitud a todos los gobiernos que hoy se hacen presentes en este encuentro y también agradecer profundamente el compromiso de Canadá, el compromiso de los organismos multilaterales que participan y también agradecer muy especialmente a todas las agencias de cooperación que le han puesto a este importante tema, no solamente el interés, sino la prioridad que requieren. En primer lugar, quiero destacar que la migración es uno de los temas más desafiantes de nuestra época. Son millones de personas en el mundo que son considerados migrantes o refugiados. Muchos también están solicitando asilo y han tenido que hacerlo no solamente producto de la desesperanza, sino también por regímenes oprobiosos dictatoriales. Tal es el caso de Venezuela. Hemos visto cómo millones de hermanos y hermanas venezolanas han tenido que salir de su territorio, con frío en los huesos, con hambre, con carencias alimenticias, con enormes condiciones de vulnerabilidad, buscando refugios. Y hoy, a todas luces, es la crisis migratoria más grande que tiene el planeta. Sin lugar a dudas, en el mundo, la forma en la que se ha enfrentado la migración siempre se ha encontrado con muchísimos obstáculos. La xenofobia, la estigmatización, la negación, el desprecio o sencillamente no tener una visión clara han hecho que este fenómeno en el mundo traiga consigo unas afectaciones sustanciales en materia de derechos humanos. Porque la gran mayoría de migrantes en el mundo se encuentran hoy carentes de acceso a la salud, muchas veces carentes de acceso a registro. En otras ocasiones no tienen la posibilidad de acceder al trabajo. Y lo que es aún más grave, hemos visto también que muchos niños han terminado expuestos a lo que se conoce como el riesgo de apatridia. Por eso, Colombia ha tenido un enfoque claro y es un enfoque humanitario. Es un enfoque donde los derechos humanos de los migrantes hacen parte central de nuestra política migratoria fraterna. Y dentro de esa fraternidad, nosotros nos hemos puesto en una tarea. Y es que Colombia va a entregar un estatus de protección temporal a cerca de 1.8 millones de migrantes. El gesto humanitario y de protección de los derechos humanos de los migrantes más relevante que se haya visto en la historia reciente del mundo. Y lo hacemos ya con un elemento concreto, y es que para el mes de diciembre de este año tendremos la primera entrega de tarjetas con reconocimiento biométrico para un número muy importante de migrantes en nuestro país. A la fecha de hoy, ya tenemos más de 1 millón de migrantes que se han registrado para recibir su estatus de protección temporal. Cerraremos este año con 1 millón de personas con ese estatus y nuestra meta es cumplir el 100% antes del mes de agosto del año 2022, lo que constituye en una política migratoria fraterna, inteligente, humanitaria, basada en tecnología y que trae para los migrantes el acceso y la protección de derechos, pero también la exigencia de deberes humanos. Y es muy importante destacar que esta medida no es una medida improvisada, sino una medida que venimos planteando desde cuando yo aspiré a la presidencia de la República, que se ha materializado también en una política marco de migración y que se traduce en la asignación de recursos fiscales y la transversalidad de la coordinación entre varias instituciones. Hoy yo debo agradecer el papel jugado por la jefe de gabinete de la Presidencia de la República, María Paula Correa, por nuestra vicecanciller Adriana Mejía, por nuestro gerente de Fronteras Lucas Gómez y muy especialmente por el director de Migración Colombia, Juan Francisco Espinosa, porque todos en una unificación de políticas públicas han puesto una multiplicidad de agencias para atender esta situación. Y tener ya 1 millón de migrantes registrados para adquirir este estatus es algo también sin precedentes en la política migratoria mundial. Pero esta mesa de donantes tiene que ser también una oportunidad y una oportunidad para destacar que este reto migratorio necesita recursos, desembolsos y agilidad administrativa. Cuando comparamos lo que ha recibido por migrante la migración siria, nos encontramos con más de $3,000. Cuando nos encontramos con lo que ha sido el aporte de la comunidad donante internacional, en el caso de Sudán, nos encontramos con más de $1,600 por migrante. Y en este caso en particular, en el caso de la migración venezolana, no hemos recibido más de $300 por migrante. Esto no es una recriminación, ni mucho menos una exigencia, pero sí un claro llamado a la acción. Necesitamos que los recursos que han sido anunciados tengan la agilidad suficiente para ser canalizados en la protección de los migrantes. Países como el nuestro hemos logrado hacer un esfuerzo fiscal monumental, pero nos hemos encontrado también con la pandemia y sus efectos. Y por lo tanto, atender esta situación es un deber moral y esperamos que con los recursos de los donantes podamos hacer una mejor focalización de los mismos, sobre todo para financiar la atención en salud, la vacunación masiva también de la población migrante, las oportunidades de empleo y la consolidación del estatus de protección temporal. Hoy quiero también agradecer el valioso esfuerzo de presidentes como Guillermo Lasso, el propio presidente Sagasti, que han expresado, tanto en Ecuador como en Perú, el deseo de trabajar por una política migratoria fraterna, donde esta experiencia colombiana pueda ser un genuino y adecuado referente. Yo quiero hacer un llamado también para que con los organismos multilaterales podamos destinar rápidamente la mayor cantidad de recursos para atender esta situación. Pero también es mi deber expresarle a la comunidad donante que la causa de este fenómeno no ha terminado, que es la dictadura en Venezuela y la destrucción de todo el aparato económico y social. Y si no llegamos al final de esa situación dramática, lo que vamos a tener es continuamente un mayor flujo migratorio. Los Estados Unidos de Norteamérica ya han dicho también en la administración Biden la apertura para el estatus de protección temporal para un número importante de venezolanos. Hemos visto los compromisos de USAID, hemos visto el gran liderazgo y el compromiso del Canadá, hemos visto también el compromiso de España, pero hoy más que nunca necesitamos lograr que los recursos fluyan y se focalicen en quienes más lo necesitan. Al doctor Filippo Grandi, mi gratitud. Al doctor Vitorino, mi gratitud. Y este fin de semana, cuando estemos celebrando este Día Internacional de la Migración, desde Colombia, Con este más de 1 millón de registrados para adquirir el estatus de protección temporal, estaremos diciendo con una voz firme que Colombia le demuestra al mundo que con la política migratoria se protegen derechos humanos. Los derechos humanos han sido invocados muchas veces en muchos discursos grandilocuentes y discursos ornamentados de finas palabras. Pero la única manera de proteger los derechos humanos es con hechos concretos, con hechos incontrovertibles e incuestionables. Y Colombia le ha demostrado al mundo que su política migratoria, con el estatus de protección temporal para migrantes venezolanos, es el más grande compromiso testimonial, verificable y escrutable del compromiso de nuestra nación con la protección de los derechos humanos. Esta tarea continúa en muchos frentes y esta oportunidad de la mesa de donantes es para decirles que así como hemos hecho el esfuerzo fiscal y el esfuerzo social y el esfuerzo diplomático, hoy hacemos un llamado para que los recursos de los donantes nos permitan que esta política migratoria fraterna sea exitosa. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. A continuación, voy a dar la palabra al excelentísimo señor Guillermo Lasso Mendoza, presidente de la República del Ecuador. Señor presidente, usted tiene la palabra.
Señoras y señores, reciban un cordial saludo desde el Ecuador, el país en la mitad del mundo. Debo iniciar agradeciendo de manera especial al gobierno de Canadá por haber asumido el liderazgo en la organización de esta nueva edición de la conferencia y al tiempo reconocer el valioso apoyo de ACNUR y la OIM en el acompañamiento técnico y logístico para concretar esta importante iniciativa que busca el compromiso y la solidaridad internacional al llamado de nuestros hermanos venezolanos, quienes han debido abandonar su país en búsqueda de un mejor futuro. Ante esta crisis, ocasionada por las condiciones internas que enfrenta Venezuela, que afecta a millones de personas, el pueblo ecuatoriano ha respondido de manera altruista y solidaria y sobre todo generosamente, recibiendo cerca de 1.9 millones de venezolanos. La mayor parte en tránsito hacia otros países, facilitándoles el acceso a los servicios básicos como salud y educación. Servicios que por mandato constitucional constituyen un derecho en su favor. Según previsiones de organismos internacionales, a mayo de 2021 permanecían en el Ecuador más de 430.000 ciudadanos venezolanos y estiman que para finales de año habrán ingresado 182.000 ciudadanos más. Hasta la fecha, hemos otorgado más de 221.000 visas. No obstante, aún queda mucho por hacer. Este esfuerzo del Estado ecuatoriano y de sus ciudadanos, que sobrepasa las capacidades nacionales, se ha mantenido a pesar de experimentar una crisis de múltiples dimensiones durante el 2020. Ecuador ha impulsado la búsqueda de soluciones conjuntas, siendo quizá el mejor ejemplo de articulación regional denominada Proceso de Quito. En este marco emergió la idea de una conferencia de donantes bajo el principio de responsabilidades compartidas. Valoramos la participación y el apoyo de la cooperación internacional. Sin embargo, somos conscientes que el esfuerzo aún es insuficiente. En los 2 últimos años, menos de la mitad de los recursos identificados en los planes de respuesta para migrantes y refugiados han sido financiados, y para 2021 las recaudaciones recibidas hasta la fecha siguen siendo bajas. Confiamos en que en esta conferencia se permita alcanzar las metas que nos proponemos, sin olvidar que en esta cruzada debemos poner atención en la pandemia del COVID-19. El acceso universal a las vacunas en base a la cooperación y solidaridad es un imperativo. Hoy nos ratificamos en el compromiso de procurar políticas e iniciativas para una migración ordenada, segura, regular y responsable, por lo que me complace anunciar la realización de un nuevo proceso de regularización, que para ser una política efectiva, duradera y permanente, deberá complementarse con estrategias de integración económica para el acceso al mercado laboral. Lo haremos con decisión y en el marco de nuestras capacidades. El Ecuador requiere hoy el apoyo y compromiso de la cooperación internacional. Amigos, este es el momento preciso para no dejar a nadie atrás. Hago un llamado a nuestros socios de la comunidad internacional a ser corresponsables y solidarios con los migrantes y refugiados venezolanos y con los países que los acogemos. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, presidente Lasso. Ahora quiero dar la palabra al excelentísimo señor Francisco Rafael Sagasti Hochhäusler, presidente de la República del Perú. Señor presidente, usted tiene la palabra.
En los últimos años, los países de la región venimos recibiendo un flujo constante de migrantes y refugiados venezolanos que huyen de la crisis social, económica, política y humanitaria en su país. Vienen en busca de una mejor calidad de vida y de un futuro para ellos y sus familias. El Perú acoge a más de 1 millón de hermanos venezolanos y es el primer país con solicitantes de refugio en el mundo. Muchos de ellos han encontrado en nuestra tierra un lugar para establecerse y desarrollarse. Al igual que nuestra población, se han visto afectados por la pandemia y su vulnerabilidad se ha incrementado. Nos esforzamos para proveerles asistencia humanitaria inmediata, brindarles protección y fomentar su inserción socioeconómica en el país. Hemos tenido iniciativas innovadoras, como el otorgamiento del permiso temporal de permanencia y el inicio del proceso de regularización migratoria. Los ciudadanos venezolanos son atendidos desde múltiples plataformas, coordinadas intersectorialmente y en todos los niveles del gobierno a través de una mesa de trabajo intersectorial para la gestión migratoria, así como coordinando posiciones e intercambiando buenas prácticas en los foros regionales de migraciones, tales como el proceso de Quito, cuya presidencia ejerce el Perú. Compartimos solidaria y fraternalmente nuestros recursos, pero dada la magnitud de esta situación, debemos hacer un llamado a la solidaridad de la comunidad internacional, pues requerimos de su cooperación para complementar nuestros esfuerzos y poner en marcha proyectos de apoyo técnico y financiero por $943.943.550 americanos, que estamos presentando en esta conferencia. Es el deseo del Perú que dichos proyectos tengan continuidad y sostenibilidad en el tiempo y apunten hacia la recuperación total, social y económica de la población migrante en la pospandemia, generando una dinámica de desarrollo sostenible para nuestros migrantes y refugiados. Esperamos que la asistencia internacional que se pueda alcanzar en esta conferencia nos ayude a superar el impacto migratorio que estamos afrontando en este momento. Reiteramos nuestro compromiso de atender a nuestros hermanos venezolanos y, para ello, animamos a los países donantes a acompañarnos en este camino de acogida, sumándose a los proyectos que presentaremos y colaborando en visibilizar esta crisis migratoria y humanitaria sin precedente en la región, visibilizarla ante la comunidad internacional. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Ahora doy la palabra a la directora general de Asuntos Consulares de la República de Argentina, Ana Laura Cachaza.
Gracias, buenos días y buenas tardes a todos, según corresponda. Agradecemos especialmente a Canadá por la organización de esta importante conferencia, a OIM y a ACNUR, y a todos los países e instituciones donantes por esta muestra de solidaridad y trabajo conjunto con la región. Extiendo también un cálido saludo a todos los países representados en este encuentro. La Argentina participa activamente de este importante compromiso regional con las poblaciones migrantes que incluye a los venezolanos. Actualmente se estima que se encuentran en mi país cerca de 175.000 venezolanos con residencia otorgada o en trámite, la mayoría de los cuales busca la regularización por la vía migratoria. Participamos del proceso de Quito, espacio al que valoramos especialmente desde el punto de vista técnico, ya que necesitamos la coordinación regional al no poder afrontar en solitario los desafíos de un problema que es regional y que pone a prueba las capacidades de respuesta institucionales a nivel nacional. Además, las decisiones que toma un país en materia migratoria inciden necesariamente de manera directa en el resto de la región. La coordinación regional es una herramienta fundamental que, bien utilizada, puede ayudar a evitar situaciones de irregularidad que pongan a los migrantes en posiciones de mayor vulnerabilidad. El tratamiento igualitario a los migrantes en la Argentina es explícito en nuestra Ley de Migraciones y está también consagrado en nuestra Constitución Nacional. Por ello, aún frente al impacto de la pandemia y de las restricciones que impuso, hemos mantenido el espíritu de la política de puertas abiertas a los migrantes, garantizándoles en todos los casos los mismos derechos que a los nacionales, sobre todo en lo que se refiere a la educación en todos los niveles, incluido el universitario, así como también a la cobertura integral de salud en forma totalmente gratuita. Vemos a la migración como un derecho, y la Argentina trabaja constantemente en dotar a los migrantes de nuevas herramientas que fomenten y faciliten su inclusión social, buscando así su autosuficiencia. No obstante, hoy el país, al igual que toda la región, se encuentra altamente impactado por la crisis económica y sanitaria, y por eso se valora especialmente la valiosa ayuda de la cooperación internacional para seguir asistiendo mejor a las personas en situación de movilidad y a las comunidades de acogida. La Agenda 2030, en su objetivo 17, plantea que el desarrollo sostenible solo se puede lograr con el compromiso de alianzas mundiales y a través de la cooperación. Todos estamos de acuerdo en que la actual crisis es migratoria y sanitaria y no tiene precedentes, y sabemos que solo podremos salir trabajando de manera conjunta, coordinando acciones entre los países de la región y contando con el firme compromiso de la comunidad internacional en su conjunto, a fin de que la cooperación internacional y la ayuda humanitaria sean canalizadas de manera constructiva para contribuir de manera real a paliar el sufrimiento de los venezolanos. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias. I would now like to give the floor to Mr. Fernando Simas Malgaish, Ambassador and Secretary General of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Brazil.
Good morning. On behalf of the Brazilian government, I thank Canada, United United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Refugees and IOM for organizing this important conference. 3 years ago, Brazil witnessed firsthand the worst humanitarian tragedy in recent Latin American history. Millions of Venezuelan migrants and refugees forced to flee from a brutal dictatorship in search for a better future. Venezuelans' aspirations are legitimate. They want to enjoy basic human rights denied by their own state. The Brazilian response to this crisis was swift and solidary. Since 2018, Brazil welcomed more than 265,000 Venezuelans with open arms. Our humanitarian task force, named Operação Acolhida, or Operation Welcome, provides shelter, documentation, and assistance to Venezuelans in Brazil. We also host the largest number of recognized refugees in the region, more than 46,000 persons. Operation Welcome has gone beyond humanitarian assistance. It has also relocated both migrants and refugees to economically dynamic regions on a voluntary basis. More than 50,000 Venezuelans have been transferred to more than 665 cities in Brazil, often in partnership with the private sector for job placements. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought additional challenges, but our humanitarian response was once more guided by solidarity. Migrants and refugees remain with access to the same social benefits offered to Brazilian nationals, which include vaccines against COVID-19 and emergency cash transfers. Brazil has already invested more than $400 million in humanitarian relief for the Venezuelan migrants. Despite current constraints, last year we contributed an additional $500,000 to UNHCR and IOM. In our region, we promote an articulated response through the Quito process, whose presidencies we have just assumed. Mr. President, we cannot allow that the persistency of this strategy lead us to indifference and inertia. I recall here the words of the great writer Rómulo Gallegos, who was also president of Venezuela for a brief period in 1948, and I quote, "One day it will be true. Progress will enter the vastness and brutality will retreat defeated," end of quote. Let's hope the words of Gallegos can be soon fulfilled. Thank you so much for your attention.
Obrigada. En continuación, voy a dar la palabra a la subsecretaria de Relaciones Exteriores de la República de Chile, Carolina Valdivia.
Buenos días. Quisiera comenzar esta intervención expresando nuestros agradecimientos al Gobierno de Canadá y saludando a los representantes de los países donantes, los países receptores y las organizaciones internacionales, en especial a OIM y ACNUR, que participan de esta Conferencia Internacional de Donantes en solidaridad con los refugiados y migrantes venezolanos. Nos encontramos ante la segunda mayor crisis humanitaria a nivel mundial, graficándose en más de 5 millones de venezolanos que han debido salir de su país. De ellos, 500.000 se encuentran en Chile. Para enfrentar esta emergencia, tal como lo señaló el presidente de Ecuador y también el delegado de Brasil, los países de la región establecimos el proceso de Quito como mecanismo de cooperación, lográndose fortalecer la coordinación entre los estados para responder a las demandas y a las necesidades de las personas desplazadas desde Venezuela, como también de las comunidades de acogida. Chile ejerció la presidencia pro tempore del proceso de Quito durante el año 2020, buscando implementar una agenda transversal que reflejara el carácter multidimensional de la migración e impulsó la creación del grupo de amigos del proceso de Quito. Estimados amigos, a nivel nacional se han implementado distintas medidas para promover una migración segura, ordenada y regular y responsable. Iniciativas como la visa de responsabilidad democrática, con enfoque en la reunificación familiar, el visto consular de turismo y la extensión de la vigencia de los documentos de viajes de los nacionales venezolanos. Todas ellas demostraciones claras de la voluntad de nuestro país para realizar aportes concretos a la solución de esta crisis. Nos complace igualmente informar de una nueva etapa en la gestión de las migraciones en Chile. se publicó la Ley 21.325 sobre migración y extranjería, que dota al país de un nuevo marco legal que establecerá un equilibrio entre el derecho y el deber del Estado a normar el ingreso, egreso y permanencia de los extranjeros en nuestro país. Expresamos nuestra disposición de colaborar y compartir nuestra experiencia en cooperación internacional adquirida durante los últimos años. En efecto, creemos que se pueden explorar vías de cooperación triangular a través de programas o iniciativas conjuntas entre los países donantes y otros estados u organizaciones interesadas, enfocadas a mejorar las capacidades de la gestión migratoria. Chile pone a disposición de esta iniciativa su institucionalidad orientada hacia la cooperación y al desarrollo. Finalmente, hacemos un llamado a la comunidad internacional a contribuir con todos los países de la región, puesto que estamos ante una emergencia nunca vista en nuestro continente. Por ello, estimamos que las contribuciones deben ir dirigidas de forma amplia y teniendo como criterio las necesidades de la población desplazada, con especial atención a espacios claves para la inserción y la integración socioeconómica en cada uno de los países de destino, esperando que este financiamiento se refleje en el bienestar de las personas afectadas. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, subsecretaria. Ahora voy a dar la palabra al embajador Cristian Guillermet, para el vicecanciller para Asuntos Multilaterales de la República de Costa Rica. A usted la palabra.
Muchísimas gracias, señora Karina Gould, ministra de Desarrollo Internacional de Canadá, señoras y señores jefes de delegación, estimados ministros, viceministros, colegas, amigos y amigas. Un abrazo solidario desde San José, Costa Rica. Expreso al gobierno de Canadá como presidente del Grupo de Amigos del Proceso de Quito el agradecimiento de Costa Rica por convocar a esta segunda edición de la Conferencia Internacional de Donantes en solidaridad con los migrantes y refugiados venezolanos. La movilidad humana en sus múltiples dinámicas y dimensiones ha sido un fenómeno histórico y común para todos los pueblos. Sin embargo, el desplazamiento forzado de venezolanos es un fenómeno muy particular en nuestra región y por ello se requiere de la atención y el trabajo decidido de la comunidad internacional para afrontarlo adecuadamente y satisfacer las necesidades de más de 5 millones de personas que se han visto obligadas a salir de su país. Nuestra región ha sido lo suficientemente visionaria como para haber comprendido la necesidad de trabajar de manera conjunta y solidaria sobre las dinámicas migratorias regionales. El proceso de Quito es un claro ejemplo de eso. Sin embargo, la magnitud del flujo de personas migrantes y refugiados venezolanos que han llegado a nuestros países supera por mucho nuestras capacidades institucionales y no podemos solos hacer frente a los retos y desafíos que las dinámicas migratorias actuales y las consecuencias de la pandemia nos imponen. Tenemos que hacer algo como lo estamos haciendo. La participación de múltiples actores, desde el sector privado hasta los organismos internacionales. Aquí agradezco particularmente a la ACNUR y al OIM y a los gobiernos. Es la única vía para asegurar una aproximación integradora que permita llegar a soluciones creativas para problemas cada vez más complejos. La integración socioeconómica de la población refugiada y migrante es y debe de ser considerada un motor de desarrollo para los países de acogida. Pero debe ser además tener un enfoque de territorialidad. Y este elemento es fundamental, porque no necesariamente el impacto es similar en todo el país, ni las necesidades son las mismas entre la zona rural o la zona urbana, por ejemplo. Aquí el involucramiento y el apoyo, el trabajo conjunto con los gobiernos locales debe ser parte integral de la solución. Con el apoyo de la cooperación internacional y la sociedad civil hemos logrado grandes cosas, sin lugar a dudas, pero requerimos recursos para seguir avanzando en las soluciones como la construcción, en el caso de Costa Rica, de estaciones migratorias bicentenario en el norte de nuestro país, así como en el sur, en ambas fronteras de nuestro territorio nacional. ¿Para qué? Para garantizar una atención integral de las personas y así lograr el fortalecimiento en estas comunidades de acogida. El otro factor fundamental, el otro actor, esa comunidad de acogida. Hemos visto aquí varios videos de venezolanos que se han integrado profundamente en su país de acogida. Y ese es el camino y el resultado que queremos. Lo mejor sería que no hubiese ni migración ni salida de nuestros hermanos venezolanos, pero esa es la realidad que tenemos que hacer frente. Debemos mantener y seguir cultivando el espíritu colaborativo que caracteriza el proceso de Quito y el compromiso político de múltiples actores, porque no hay una vía más segura para garantizar soluciones integrales a las necesidades de protección, acogida y de integración socioeconómica de las personas desplazadas. No hay otra manera. Hoy estamos aquí para ratificar el valor de la solidaridad, porque no tendremos un futuro digno si no construimos hoy las oportunidades para todos. Por último, quiero hacer un llamado para la conmemoración del 20 de junio, del Día Internacional del Refugiado, que podamos enarbolar la bandera de la acogida a todas estas personas que se ven obligadas a salir de sus países. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, señor embajador. Ahora voy a dar la palabra al señor Yatzel Román, viceministro de Asuntos Consulares y Migratorios en el Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores de la República Dominicana.
Muchísimas gracias a Canadá, Naciones Unidas, así como sus agencias especializadas, dígase la OIM y ACNUR. Muchas gracias al ex vicepresidente Eduardo Stein por todo el apoyo que nos ha brindado en ese sentido y a todos los demás países participantes en esta importante conferencia internacional de donantes. Como bien saben, el día 16 de agosto del año pasado asumió el gobierno dominicano que encabeza el presidente Luis Abinader y su Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores encabezado por el canciller Roberto Álvarez, que les envía sus saludos a través de mi persona como vicecanciller. Y en este gobierno establecimos como pilar de política exterior la promoción, así como la defensa de los valores de la democracia y los derechos humanos. En ese sentido, no podíamos mirar hacia el otro lado con relación a probablemente la mayor crisis que vive el hemisferio occidental en términos tanto democráticos como humanitarios, y esa es la de Venezuela. Las cifras las conocen todos, 5 millones de desplazados por todo el mundo, y en ese sentido, el 50% de los desterrados venezolanos en la región del Caribe se encuentran en República Dominicana. Estamos hablando de más de 100,000 personas. Reconociendo esta realidad es que el presidente instruye como una de sus primeras medidas al iniciar esta nueva administración y encargándonos a nosotros desde el Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores con la participación de la Dirección General de Migración que encabeza el doctor Enrique García a llevar a cabo lo que hemos llamado el plan de normalización del estatus para esa población venezolana. Eso consiste en 3 pasos, 2 de ellos que se concentran en la Dirección General de Migración, uno de ellos a través del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores, pero lo cierto es que ya hemos iniciado esta implementación muy abarcadora, como nunca antes se había visto en República Dominicana, para dar respuesta a una crisis que, vuelvo y repito, es como ninguna otra que se ha visto en nuestra parte del mundo. Para ello, no solamente hemos recibido el apoyo técnico de las agencias de Naciones Unidas, sino también que hemos recibido el muy necesario apoyo financiero. El presidente Duque mencionó en sus palabras lo que han sido los aportes económicos con relación a distintas crisis migratorias, pero sí quiero mencionar específicamente lo que son los aportes hacia República Dominicana en cuanto a la crisis venezolana. El promedio es alrededor de $200,000 para una población que supera las 100,000 personas. Así que creo que además está decirlo, pero si lo hago explícito, necesitamos mayor apoyo en este sentido, no solamente para lo que se refiere al apoyo técnico, sino también para incluso la asistencia humanitaria de esta población. Aprovechamos lo que es esta tribuna tan prestigiosa ante quienes tienen la posibilidad de toma de decisiones, pero también interlocución ante más agencias para expresar la necesidad de una distribución más acorde con lo que son las necesidades de esa población que vive en estatus no solamente de desterrados, sino también muchos de ellos en lo que es la persecución política, principalmente hablando de lo que son los asilados y refugiados. El Consejo Nacional de Migración, que reúne en República Dominicana distintas instituciones que desde distintas perspectivas ven los temas migratorios, tiene una reunión en los próximos días donde vamos a implementar algunos cambios hacia la resolución que fue emitida en enero de este año, como serán entonces las ampliaciones de los plazos, como serán algunas medidas para permitir que más personas puedan acogerse a esta medida. En la actualidad hemos recibido 43,000, pero eso pudiera haberse ralentizado precisamente por lo que son los plazos establecidos en la resolución anterior. Lo estaremos ampliando y ofreciendo mayores facilidades para que principalmente los menores de edad puedan también acogerse a ella. Esto será para quienes no han tenido quizá la oportunidad de escuchar cómo República Dominicana lo está implementando, pero en estatus de trabajadores y en estatus de estudiantes. República Dominicana, un país que tiene la particularidad de ser tránsito de migrantes, de ser destino de migrantes, pero también emisor de migrantes con una diáspora cuantiosa de más de 1 millón de personas, principalmente concentradas en Estados Unidos, conoce profundamente lo que es este drama humano y queremos ser parte de la conversación, pero como bien también mencionó el presidente Duque, queremos ser parte de las acciones concretas y precisas. No queremos hacer un ejercicio retórico, no queremos hacer un ejercicio meramente verbal, sino tomar acciones. Lo estamos haciendo y en ese sentido queremos trabajar con la región, sabiendo claramente que aunque seamos una media isla, no estamos aislados y no puede haber una solución única si no es con la participación de todos quienes nos encontramos aquí. Envío nuevamente el saludo del canciller Álvarez a esta conferencia, a Canadá, que muy cordialmente nos ha invitado a participar, uno de los grandes aliados de los valores humanos en el hemisferio occidental, y reiteramos que República Dominicana será partícipe de toda iniciativa por la democracia y por los derechos humanos.
Gracias, señor viceministro. Now, let me turn to His Excellency Hugh Todd, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Excellencies. Guyana is happy to join in congratulating the governments of Canada, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, and the International Organization for Migration for organizing this International Donors Conference in solidarity with the Venezuelan migrants and refugees who are impacted by the worsening socio-economic and health crises being faced by a sister nation. The large-scale movement of migrants from Venezuela within the region indeed necessitates a collective and concerted response. Guyana's presence here today, therefore, is ample testimony of our commitment to the efforts of the international community's support for migrants from Venezuela during this particularly challenging time. Guyana, as an immediate neighbor, has been tremendously impacted by the influx of migrants from Venezuela. But the government of Guyana is indeed mindful of the need for a humanitarian response to the unprecedented flow of migrants across our borders. In this regard, we continue to make maximum use of the resources that are available to the state, both at the level of central government and from our international partners. It is important to note that my government's response to the flow of migrants from Venezuela benefits from the oversight of a multi-agency coordinating committee which comprises all the relevant government agencies, our international partners, and individual experts. This committee is chaired by yours truly and co-chaired by the Honorable Minister responsible for Parliamentary Affairs and Governance of Guyana. Significantly, my government has taken the decision to respond to the needs of all migrants coming from Venezuela, irrespective of their nationality. Guyana, like other host countries, is confronted by the reverberations of the COVID-19 pandemic, but this has not dampened or resolved to cater to the needs of those who have been disproportionately affected. We therefore are delighted to join today's noble quest of taking further tangible steps to help alleviate the impact of this extant situation. The government led by His Excellency President Irfan Ali remains committed to rendering humanitarian assistance and protection to the migrants from Venezuela in this time of crisis, and Guyana will continue to provide support as long as necessary. Excellencies, the government of Guyana takes this opportunity to laud the initiative of Canada, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, and the International Organization for Migration of affording the migrants who have fled the domestic situation in Venezuela a platform both to be heard by and benefit from the financial support of the esteemed members of the international host and donor communities. The critical importance of this timely humanitarian gesture to alleviate the suffering of our neighbors in the region cannot be overstated, especially in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, which continues to severely affect the lives of people and economies globally. The program today embodies the true spirit of the international community. As an immediate neighbor of Venezuela, Guyana fully understands the plight of the migrants. Thousands of migrants from Venezuela are currently in Guyana, and the data provided by our local immigration authorities indicate that these numbers are increasing steadily. While the immediate impact of the migrant situation is felt by the Latin American and Caribbean region, its effects are also being felt in other regions. The extraordinary efforts of governments and international partners to ensure the effective access of migrants to basic rights and services are inspiring and demonstrate an international culture of solidarity and generosity. Guyana continues to benefit from assistance to address the needs of migrants from Venezuela through the combined efforts of our international partners. These include registration and regularization services, accommodation and socioeconomic and cultural integration into society. Migrants also benefit from healthcare, food, access for children into the education system, referral to protection services, and support for survivors of gender-based violence and trafficking in persons. The provisions of temporary accommodation and food for the migrants, vaccination and health screening, registration and documentation, capacity building, inter alia, all caters to the needs of the vulnerable members of society. Excellencies, His Excellency President Irfan Ali continues and remains committed to support to the migrant situation, and Guyana will remain firmly committed to all efforts at the humanitarian level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Ahora le doy la palabra a la viceministra Ana Luisa Castro, encargada de Asuntos Multilaterales y Cooperación de la República de Panamá.
Sus Excelencias, Jefe de Estado y de Gobierno, señor Secretario General de las Naciones Unidas, señor Secretario General de la Organización de Estados Americanos. En nombre del Gobierno de la República de Panamá, deseo expresar mi agradecimiento sincero por la cordial invitación a esta conferencia histórica que manifiesta el compromiso y la solidaridad internacional para atender las necesidades de los migrantes y solicitantes de refugio venezolanos, ocasionados por la crisis sociopolítica en ese país, y en particular al Gobierno de Canadá como país anfitrión y organizador de este evento, en conjunto con la Organización Internacional para las Migraciones y el Alto Comisionado de las Naciones Unidas para los Refugiados. Para Panamá, la asistencia humanitaria y la cooperación internacional, así como la observancia y protección de los derechos humanos y libertades fundamentales de todos, son obligaciones vinculantes de los Estados, que no admiten dudas ni condiciones, y constituyen un elemento esencial para la plena realización de los propósitos de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Desde 2017, la República de Panamá ha recibido en escala ascendente la llegada de migrantes venezolanos, centroamericanos, caribeños y extracontinentales, en condición irregular, los cuales han sido atendidos con un enfoque de derechos humanos, de conformidad con los estándares internacionales. Sin embargo, los insumos para continuar proporcionando asistencia adecuada, con los mínimos requeridos, ha sobrepasado nuestras capacidades de atención y respuesta en materia de alojamiento, vestimenta, medicamentos, alimentación, entre otros. Panamá es un punto de convergencia de flujos mixtos, dado su ubicación, y requerimos de cooperación en la gestión y ejecución de proyectos, a fin de brindar soluciones duraderas a este grupo poblacional en condiciones de vulnerabilidad. En momentos como este, se hace necesario que la comunidad internacional unamos esfuerzos para que las acciones que tomemos vayan dirigidas a solucionar esta crisis sin precedentes en la región. Reiteramos nuestro más sincero agradecimiento por la invitación y esperamos contar con su participación en las acciones que realizamos desde Panamá. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, señora viceministra. Let me move to His Excellency Fitzgerald Hinds, Minister of National Security of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Minister, the floor is yours.
The Honorable Karina Gould, Minister of International Development of Canada, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Mr. Antonio Vitorino, Director General of the International Organization for Migration, Mr. Filippo Grandi, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, Mr. Eduardo Steen, Joint Special Representative for Venezuelan Refugees and Migrants, distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps, esteemed representatives of the various international and regional organizations, dear colleagues of the region, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and greetings to all of you from the government and the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Firstly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Global Affairs Canada for hosting such a critically important and timely event concerning Venezuelan migration in the region. The impact of COVID-19 on these vulnerable groups, the host countries, and indeed our communities, and in this regard, Trinidad and Tobago is especially grateful for the opportunity to participate in these meaningful discussions. As a small island developing state, which is consistent with the experience of many societies in the Caribbean, we have been placed in an unprecedented migratory complexity, which can only be managed and mitigated by a whole of society approach that is particularly aligned to well-concerted and coordinated efforts at the regional level. In this context, allow me to provide a brief contextual overview of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and its geostrategic migratory reality. The Republic of Trinidad and Tobago is an archipelagic state at the most southern part of the Caribbean, and measures approximately 5,131 square kilometers, with a population of approximately 1.4 million people. At our closest point, the southwestern tip of Trinidad and Tobago is some 11 kilometers away from the Bolivian Republic of Venezuela, and the trip duration is approximately half an hour by speedboat. At the northwestern tip of Trinidad, where the Atlantic Ocean meets the beautiful Caribbean Sea, the distance to the closest port in Venezuela, Guria, is approximately 147 kilometers, with a trip duration of about 2 hours and a half by speedboat. In this regard, we are geographically close to the South American continent, and as a twin island state, we are particularly accessible by open water. On a clear day, we could see the Venezuelan land and they see us. As a result of a long-standing cultural and commercial exchanges with Venezuela, Venezuelan nationals have established deep-rooted ties which dates back to centuries and predates the establishment of both modern states. From a geo-economical perspective, Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela rely on the exploitation of oil and natural gas as a mainstay of both economies, and recently concluded an energy monetization agreement on oil fields that exist on the border between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela, which offers contemporary and futuristic prosperity and great potential for our respective countries. As the Minister of National Security in this, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, my ministry assumes responsibility for the development and implementation of our nation's policy with respect to border security, and therefore has been at the forefront of managing the issue of Venezuelan migration. Consequentially, between the years 2016 and 2018, Trinidad and Tobago has experienced a very significant increase in the rate and the complexity of migration from Venezuela. Despite having a visa regime in place for nationals of Venezuela that waived the requirement for a visa trip for up to 90 days, Venezuelans continue to arrive in Trinidad and Tobago via irregular means. Venezuelan migrants primarily traveled to Trinidad and Tobago via the speedboats that I alluded to earlier, operated by fishermen and in some cases professional transportation specialists. Those who traveled via airplane, although entering legally, would overstay their permit time and fail to report to immigration for an extension, adding to the illegal population of Venezuelans in Trinidad and Tobago. As a result of the increasing numbers of irregular migrants, in 2019, our government proudly boasts of being the first of the countries in the region to establish an official registration exercise to regularize all Venezuelan migrants, whether they had recently come or whether they were here for years before. Whether they were legal or illegal, we engaged in this exercise. And the exercise was aptly named the Migrant Registration Framework, which I will now and henceforth call the MRF. In consultation with the relevant stakeholders, international organizations, and civil society, the MRF was established and launched in June of 2019 and was conducted over a 2-week period. The MRF process collected basic data on the migrants, such as their names, their dates of birth, their mode of arrival, the city or state of their origin, their address in Trinidad and Tobago, their occupation or skill, the place of work in Trinidad and Tobago where applicable, and the number of dependents in their respective households. The approved migrants were granted a minister's permit with a specialized MRF identification card. Approvals were subject to the positive vetting by Interpol. The issuance of the minister's permit granted migrants not only the right to stay in Trinidad and Tobago for a period of up to 12 months, with the possibility of an extension, and it also permitted migrants to seek employment and access basic health care from every one of our public health institutions in our public health sector. The MRF process resulted in over 16,500 Venezuelans being registered, with less than 500 applicants being rejected, having been traced by Interpol to have serious criminal backgrounds and or connections. Venezuelan migrants registered under the MRF continued to enjoy the right to remain and work in Trinidad and Tobago, and to have access to every one of our social services. In short, they have not been confined to any space or camps. We ensure that they are treated with the same civility and dignity as our own citizens. They are free to roam Trinidad and Tobago as they see fit. In addition to this, we ensure that every one of them enjoy the full panoply, the full range of the protection of the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. The MRF and other measures implemented by our government demonstrate our country's commitment to the humanitarian needs of our Venezuelan neighbors and exemplifies our resolve, even as a small island developing state with limited resources, challenged by COVID-19 as every other country in the world. We guarantee that we govern on the basis of good and responsible, non-discriminatory public policy. In March of 2020, due to the impending global spread of COVID-19, the government of Trinidad and Tobago took the decision, in the protection of our people, to close our borders and in fact manage all entry and exit to the country under the leadership of my ministry, the Ministry of National Security. This was done in an attempt to mitigate the introduction and transmission of COVID-19. Subsequently, the country introduced a series of lockdown measures to reduce operations of several high-traffic sectors while maintaining the operation of essential sectors, but at limited capacity. Throughout 2020, the number of irregular migrants entering Trinidad and Tobago persisted and remained fairly buoyant, fairly significant. To date, according to the UNHCR figures and data from our own law enforcement and intelligence services, the number of irregular migrants has been steadily increasing despite COVID-19 and despite the challenges of our economy and despite our attempts to more closely manage our borders. As a small island developing state, with limited geographical space and economic capacity, and the ever-growing influx of Venezuelans, these together pose serious challenges on multiple fronts and has potentially...
Minister, may I ask you to please wrap up in the next 30 seconds in the interest of time? We really appreciate your remarks, but if you could bring them to a close, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
My pleasure. So in short, we have, in a very friendly and humanitarian posture, entertained Venezuelans. We continue to entertain them, many of them with the skills and the professional capacities that they possess would have been given opportunities, as I said, to work. We maintain our very wholesome relations with Venezuela, and we are happy for the deliberations of this conference to even assist us in making life better for the Venezuelans and balancing their presence with the concerns of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, who in the main welcome them. I thank you very warmly. God bless.
Great. Thank you so much, Minister. And just a quick reminder to all participants to please try to keep to time. I know we all have a lot to say on this very important topic, but we do want to get a chance to hear from everyone on the program. Ahora le doy la palabra al embajador Martín Vidal, representando la República Oriental del Uruguay en Canadá. Embajador.
Muchas gracias, ministra Karina Gould. Je voudrais remercier Canada d'avoir convoqué cette importante conférence. I would like to thank also the excellent work by UNHCR, IOM, the presence of the donor countries, R4V, and the private sector representatives. Uruguay, committed to the situation of Venezuelan refugees and migrants, has developed a refugee policy based on a guaranteeing legal framework. A framework that guarantees access to documentation, public health, public education, and to the job market, the formal job market. Probably it is because of this approach that, despite that the distance between Caracas and Montevideo is basically the same as from Sana'a in Yemen to Madrid, thousands of Venezuelans have arrived to Uruguay in the last years. Every year between 2017 and 2019, refugee applications in Uruguay practically tripled comparing to the previous year. This is largely due to a substantial increase in application from Venezuelan citizens. This situation generated great pressure on the institutional structure of Uruguay and impacted both the educational and health systems, as well as the labor market. But despite this, far from closing its doors, Uruguay carried out important actions in favor of Venezuelan refugees and migrants. In all cases, the broad definition of refuge is applied, speeding up the process of recognition of refugee status. Procedures, as well as documentation requirements, were made more flexible in order to prevent family groups from being forced to initiate individual procedures. The Uruguayan consulate in Caracas carries out procedures and permits for minors free of charge. The figures corresponding to applications from permanent residents by Venezuelan migrants have soared, facilitated by a legal framework that provides a swift granting of permanent residence to nationals and relatives of the state parties of Mercosur. During the current pandemic, although Uruguay, like most countries, has established border measures as part of the fight against COVID-19, which had implied a partial closure of our borders, these measures have not prevented the entry of refugee applicants into the country, who represent one of the few exceptions along with family reunifications. Finally, I would like to highlight that a new program was agreed with UNHCR and IOM on resettlement and complementary pathways that Venezuelans will benefit from. We expect to start the implementation of this program this year, and for that, we are counting on your support. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ambassador. And with that, that is the conclusion of the host country interventions. I'd like to turn the floor back to our moderator. Sarah, over to you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Let me now turn to Ruth, a Venezuelan who now lives in Paraguay, to speak about what it means to be a migrant and to restart from zero.
Mi nombre es Ruth Rengifo, tengo 39 años. Llegué a Paraguay hace 2 años. Venezuela prácticamente yo dejé la mitad de mi vida, la mitad de mi familia. Dejé mi trabajo, mi casa, todo el esfuerzo que yo como profesional hice durante años para poder tener una estabilidad. Y comenzar de cero, obviamente, para mí ha sido un choque total. Dejé a mi abuela, que es mi segunda madre. Imagínate, dejé, digo que la mitad de mi corazón lo dejé allá. La verdad, como te dije, no ha sido fácil. No voy a decir que es algo facilito ser migrante. De hecho, para mí las primeras veces que me decían extranjera, yo me sentía tan extraña, tan rara, te juro que yo me sentía como un bichito raro. Y nunca en mi vida me imaginé pasar por eso. Mi país es un país que ha recibido tantos migrantes, tantas personas de otros países, que llegó un punto en que venezolano lo veía como algo normal, natural, ya ni siquiera, o sea, no, pero y estábamos tan acostumbrados que no sé, para nosotros era normal, pero acá cuando estamos en un país y eres tú el extranjero, o sea, se invierte la situación, es totalmente diferente, se siente totalmente distinto. Yo a veces me pongo a pensar en todas las cosas que dejé en mi casa y me da dolor porque tampoco viajé, o sea, mucha gente hasta le da tiempo de llevarse el álbum de fotos y yo ni tengo una foto de nada. Increíble, y yo, Dios mío, dejé todo prácticamente.
Thank you, Ruth, for sharing your powerful story. Muchísimas gracias. Nous allons maintenant entendre les acteurs impliqués dans la réponse. I would first like to invite Ms. Inger Ashing, Chief Executive Officer of Save the Children International, to provide remarks on behalf of the LAC RMD Coalition. Ms. Ashing, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the Coalition for the Rights of Refugees, Migrants and Displaced People in Latin America and the Caribbean, I would like to thank the Government of Canada, the Regional Platform for Interagency Coordination for Venezuelan Refugees and Migrants, the international donor community and civil society organizations for their commitments to the more than 5.6 million refugees and migrants in Venezuela. This crisis, one of the largest in the world, is significantly underfunded. The 2021 Refugee and Migrant Response Plan has received 5% of the necessary budget, and civil society have received only 6% of funds allocated to the overall response, despite constituting 90% of the regional platform for interagency coordination. This lack of funding is seriously affecting our ability to respond. In this context, the Coalition calls on the international donor community to, first of all, continue to support humanitarian response with a focus on the most vulnerable populations, including children, women, indigenous groups, the disabled, and the LGBTQI+ communities. 2, support medium and long-term measures that promote the integration of refugees, migrants, and the vulnerable host communities by strengthening protection systems, building resilience, and seeking durable solutions. 3, ensure appropriate funds are allocated for the response inside Venezuela. 4th, ensure encourage host countries to implement public policies that mitigate barriers to the integration of migrants and encourage access to health, education, and vital income generating opportunities within the formal economy. 5th, allocate multi-year response to first-line responders, primarily civil society organizations, thus fulfilling the grand bargain commitments on localization. To conclude, I would like to reaffirm our commitment in continuing working with the Regional Interagency Coordination Platform and the donor community with and on behalf of Venezuelans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ashing. I will now turn to Mr. Juan Carlos Viloria Doria, President of the Coalición por Venezuela. Mr. Viloria, the floor is yours.
Tan grandes como los retos debe ser nuestra respuesta. Las organizaciones lideradas por refugiados y migrantes venezolanos somos aliados estratégicos y esenciales. Autoridades de Canadá, de países amigos presentes, de organismos internacionales y agencias de cooperación, hermanos de la sociedad civil. Nos encontramos por tercera vez en una conferencia de donantes, siendo la primera oportunidad en que la voz de los principales afectados es llamada a ser escuchada. Nuestro reconocimiento y gratitud para todos, particularmente a Canadá. Soy Juan Viloria, presidente de Coalición por Venezuela, una federación integrada por más de 60 organizaciones en 20 países, con más de 10,000 profesionales, 13,000 voluntarios y más de 1 millón de personas atendidas en el último año. Orgulloso de ser venezolano y honrado por la responsabilidad de abogar por más de 5.6 millones de refugiados y migrantes venezolanos que hoy no están acá. Se requiere más inversión para el desarrollo. No queremos más jornadas de salud. Necesitamos más centros de salud. No queremos más kits. Necesitamos más herramientas para el trabajo. No queremos permisos temporales, sino planes de regularización flexibles, acordes con nuestra necesidad de protección internacional. Ante la agudización de la crisis, la pandemia y el incremento del flujo migratorio, solicitamos a los países donantes trabajar con nosotros en la construcción e implementación de las soluciones, priorizando, primero, sistemas de identificación y registros seguros e incluyentes. Segundo, generación de oportunidades de empleo y emprendimiento. Tercero, inversiones en educación, infraestructura social y servicios básicos. Cuarto, acceso y cobertura universal al derecho a la salud, incorporando el talento de profesionales venezolanos. Agradecemos la solidaridad de los pueblos del mundo y de las recientes medidas de regularización anunciadas. Sin embargo, advertimos que las deportaciones y expulsiones masivas, la criminalización de la migración irregular, los cierres y militarización de fronteras no son la vía para la integración que requerimos y retrasen la reactivación económica en los países de tránsito y destino. Los venezolanos en la diáspora somos el propósito de este encuentro. Estamos a disposición de trabajar conjuntamente. Instamos a que aseguren la participación de organizaciones lideradas por refugiados y migrantes en todos los espacios. Seguimos pensando en la Casa Grande, Venezuela. Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, señor Viloria. Let me now move to Mr. Francesco Roca, President of the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. Mr. Roca, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the number of Venezuelans leaving their country has led to the largest contemporary displacement crisis in Latin America's recent history. The majority of the migrants are residing in the Americas, and they have faced significant challenges in meeting their basic needs and in accessing essential services and income sources. The International Red Cross Red Crescent movement is providing humanitarian services to migrants regardless of their legal status, safeguarding their human dignity. Our humanitarian response reaches Venezuelans in 17 countries. Our presence in local communities allows us to support in a timely, effective, and meaningful way. As part of our auxiliary role, we work to complement public plans and strategies to support health authorities and overall systems, always in coordination with national and international stakeholders and local actors. With the arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic, this emergency worsened and deepened structural inequalities. It intensified vulnerabilities and increased barriers in accessing basic services and healthcare, including COVID-19 vaccination, psychosocial support, and formal or informal jobs. It also led an increase in hostile attitudes towards all the migrants, skyrocketing xenophobia, stigma, and discrimination. We applaud the efforts of different civil society organizations, including our Red Cross societies, that have, with extreme solidarity, undertaken to support Venezuelan migrants. We appreciate the narrative elevating the voice of migrants and host communities, showing that together we are stronger in responding to any humanitarian need, but to do so, we need continued and sustainable support from all the partners and donors. The Red Cross movement has a unique relationship of trust and acceptance by communities, which is essential to access people in need of help. But the needs are enormous and the capacity to respond weak when funding is scarce. Without sufficient resources, we cannot sustain the support we really must deliver. And our humanitarian action in Venezuela and countries hosting Venezuelan migrants and refugees is currently reliant on some $260 million US, as stated in our combined appeals. In this, the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies leads and coordinates the humanitarian response, and our national societies implement at national level in their local communities. And the SCC, as per mandate, supports the restoring family links and carry out detention visits. It is our joint humanitarian imperative to support the vulnerable Venezuelans. Concrete actions are urgently needed, and there is no time to waste. We count on all of you to ensure that no one is left behind. I sincerely thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roca. Nous concluons maintenant le segment consacré aux acteurs impliqués dans la réponse. Let me turn to Marcela, Miranda, and Maria Angel, three sisters from Venezuela, now in Ecuador, who will speak to us about their experience at school and the challenges of learning during COVID-19.
Hola, mi nombre es Marcela y tengo 10 años.
Hola, mi nombre es Miranda y tengo 8 años. Hola, mi nombre es María Ángel y tengo 6 años.
Somos de Venezuela, Caracas, y estamos ahorita en Ecuador. Yo me sentí muy emocionada al ver que llegamos a Ecuador y podíamos hacer cosas nuevas y podíamos compartir con otras personas. En la escuela nos iba muy bien, pero nos hacían bullying. Sí, nos decían regrésense a su país y a nosotros nos ponía triste eso y a veces no queríamos ir a la escuela. Me gustaría decirle que no sean así porque todos somos iguales. Es decir, que si ellos van a algún otro país, a ellos no les gustaría que los trataran mal, que les hicieran bullying, que los amenazaran. Yo de grande yo quiero ser ingeniera de sistema.
Yo de grande quiero ser doctora. Yo enfermera.
Sí es difícil estudiar con la pandemia porque hay veces que la profesora se le va en la internet y
no podemos conectar.
Y a veces a nosotros también se nos va el internet. A mí me dieron las tablets y yo me sentí muy contenta también porque desde las tablets nos podíamos comunicar con nuestra familia que está allá en Venezuela.
A mí me entregaron en el 2021 y así yo me podía sentir una emoción porque ya me podía conectar a mis clases.
Antes de conectarnos sin las tablets era muy difícil porque nos saltábamos horas o a veces no entrábamos algunos días. Nos conectamos en el internet de los vecinos y
nosotras nos conectamos por las tablets. Nuestros vecinos sí son de Ecuador, nos llevamos bien con nuestros vecinos.
Ay, muchas gracias, niñas, por compartir sus experiencias con nosotros y realmente estamos aquí para apoyarlas a ustedes y ojalá llegar a cumplir con sus sueños para el futuro. Hearing how international assistance and your Ecuadorian neighbors are enabling you to continue classes reminds us that by acting together, we can help children reach their educational aspirations. Education is a key priority for Canada. I now open the donor pledging session. Let me first turn to representatives of the Kingdom of Spain, followed by the European Union, to take the floor as co-hosts of the 2020 International Donors Conference. I'd like to thank both Spain and the EU for their leadership on this issue. Ahora quiero dar la palabra a mi amiga, Su Excelencia Arantxa González Laya, Ministra de Asuntos Exteriores, Unión Europea y Cooperación del Reino de España. Usted tiene la palabra.
Muchas gracias, Karina, y muchísimas gracias también a Canadá, que ha asumido el liderazgo de la comunidad internacional para proseguir con esta labor de organizar una conferencia que ponga el acento sobre la situación de los refugiados y migrantes venezolanos en su vecindario, tomando el relevo de la que España organizó el año pasado. Hoy, como entonces, la pandemia no hace sino agravar la situación de esta crisis de desplazamiento, que es una de las más serias en el mundo. En este año, que ha transcurrido desde el 2020, he podido visitar varios países y comunidades de acogida. He estado en Colombia, en Brasil, en Ecuador. He hablado con caminantes que recorren miles de kilómetros buscando una nueva oportunidad, con mujeres que sufren abusos en las trochas, con alcaldes que trabajan con sus comunidades para encontrar acomodo a colectivos que a veces duplican la población de sus municipios. He hablado también con los trabajadores humanitarios que deciden poner la solidaridad por delante de todo lo demás. No tengo palabras para agradecer su generosidad. Los países de acogida de la región y sus ciudadanos están dando una lección que será recordada como un gran episodio de solidaridad internacional. Una solidaridad que va más allá de las necesidades inmediatas. Es una apuesta por la integración, por el nosotros frente a ellos, como nos recordaban ahora estas 3 niñas venezolanas en Ecuador. Quiero de una manera particular reconocer los esfuerzos de Colombia y su decisión reciente de otorgar el estatus temporal de protección para migrantes venezolanos, que se une a esfuerzos ya señalados por otros países de la región. Sé que para las personas que se ven obligadas a marcharse de su país, emigrar es a menudo una decisión tremendamente difícil, pero también puede ser una oportunidad. Lo sabemos en España, que acogemos 400.000 venezolanos que contribuyen con su emprendimiento, con su trabajo y con su vitalidad a nuestra economía. Pero para que esta migración sea verdaderamente una oportunidad, que no deje a nadie atrás, se necesitan políticas públicas, y las políticas públicas necesitan recursos. Recursos para servicios, para programas escolares, para programas sociales, para programas de protección jurídica. Y esto no debe ser solamente una preocupación de los países que acogen a estos migrantes. Debe ser también una cuestión que nos interpela a todos los países y abordarla juntos. Por eso España anuncia hoy un compromiso de 50 millones de euros para los próximos 3 años, comprendiendo tanto una respuesta humanitaria como acciones de desarrollo encaminadas al fortalecimiento de las capacidades de los países y de las comunidades de acogida, así como a la integración socioeconómica de las personas migrantes en estas comunidades. Este compromiso se suma a los 50 millones que ya anunciamos el año pasado, de los cuales el 72% ya está ejecutado o en vías de ejecución, porque los compromisos deben traducirse lo antes posible también en resultados, en acciones que cambien vidas. El compromiso de España con la crisis venezolana entre el 2020 y el 2024, por lo tanto, se sitúa en los 100 millones de euros. La crisis continúa y continúa también nuestro compromiso decidido tanto en contribuir a una solución política que permita resolver la crisis mediante el retorno de la democracia a Venezuela, como para seguir respondiendo a los retos derivados de la crisis en los países de tránsito y de acogida, como también dentro de Venezuela, hasta que se alcance una resolución. Es nuestra forma de decir a los ciudadanos venezolanos y a las comunidades latinoamericanas que los acogen que no los vamos a dejar solos. Siguen y seguirán siempre contando con España. Gracias, Karina, y espero que hasta pronto.
Muchas gracias, mi querida Arantxa, y gracias por la generosidad y el liderazgo de España en ese asunto. I would now like to invite His Excellency Josep Borrell, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and Vice President of the European Commission, and Her Excellency Jutta Urpilainen, Commissioner for International Partnerships, to take the floor.
Queridos amigos, dear friends, today's pledging conference is badly needed, and I thank the Canadian authorities for hosting it with the support of the UNHCR and the International Organization for Migration. Certainly, as European Union, we believe that the main solution to the general crisis in Venezuela is an inclusive process towards the reinstatement of democracy and the rule of law through free and fair elections. We have said that many times. But in the meantime, we have the duty and the responsibility to continue supporting the Venezuelan people, migrants and refugees across Latin America who are dramatically affected by both the ongoing crisis in their country and the COVID-19 pandemic. We stand by the people of Venezuela and Latin America and thank all partner governments and hosting communities for continued solidarity in this challenging time. The European Union pledges to maintain its assistance in alleviating the protracted crisis and human suffering in Venezuela and in the region. And muchas gracias. Thank you very much for your effort.
Ladies and gentlemen, Venezuelans and Venezuela's neighbors have continued to show great strength and solidarity. As Team Europe, the European Union, its member states and European financial institutions will continue to support our partners. A considerable part of our contribution is dedicated to social and economic integration in countries most affected by the crisis. We will continue to support access to health and employment opportunities. We also will defend democratic values, human rights, human dignity, and build resilience. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Josep and Jutta. I now invite His Excellency Janec Lenarchik, Commissioner for Crisis Management, to speak. Janec, my friend, you have the floor.
And earlier in the previous days, in the run-up to this pledging conference, we listened to powerful testimonials of the Venezuelan people who decided to flee their homes because of poverty or persecution. The COVID pandemic has made the situation worse, both for the hosts and for the millions of displaced Venezuelans. It has left many families without access to basic necessities, particularly in healthcare, nutrition, protection, and children's education. That is why we need to step up our support for displaced Venezuelans and for their host communities. Today, I am pleased to announce that the European Union is pledging €147 million in support of Venezuelan migrants and refugees, as well as their host communities. Of this amount, €82 million will be dedicated to humanitarian initiatives, offering vital assistance and support to displaced Venezuelan communities, including food, water, shelter, education, and protection from violence. Particular attention will also be paid to the needs of women and vulnerable children. This emergency aid will be delivered by our humanitarian partners, including civil society organizations, who are a fundamental part of our response. A further 50 million will be allocated to development funds and will provide opportunities for socio-economic inclusion of Venezuelans in their host communities. And the remaining 15 million will be dedicated to crisis response. Ladies and gentlemen, today there are 21 EU member states participating in this donors conference. Some of them are participating for the first time. As Team Europe, We will continue partnering with EU member states to support all efforts to help alleviate the suffering of Venezuelan migrants and refugees living throughout the Latin American region. We must leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanez. Thank you, Commissioner, for the generous contribution from the European Union and the European Commission. Ahora le doy la palabra al Director General de Política Consular de la República de Paraguay, Juan Ignacio Livieres.
Su Excelencia Karina Gould, Ministra de Desarrollo Internacional de Canadá. Señor Antonio Vitorino, Director General de la Organización Internacional para las Migraciones. Señor Filippo Grandi, Alto Comisionado de Naciones Unidas para los Refugiados. Don Eduardo Stein, Representante Especial para los Refugiados y Migrantes Venezolanos en la región. Distinguidos ministros, delegados, representantes de agencias de Naciones Unidas, estados donantes, instituciones financieras internacionales. En nombre del Gobierno de la República del Paraguay, es un honor expresar nuestra gratitud al Gobierno de Canadá por la realización de esta conferencia, como una respuesta sumamente valiosa a los esfuerzos internacionales para tutelar y defender los derechos humanos de los migrantes y refugiados. El Paraguay considera que la protección de los derechos de los migrantes y refugiados es una prioridad en términos de derechos humanos, sociales y económicos. La dura y triste realidad que sufren los migrantes y los refugiados en búsqueda de una vida digna se ve aún más agravada por la crisis sanitaria que estamos atravesando. Es por ello que nuestro compromiso es aún mayor con el fin de garantizar la cooperación internacional, la solidaridad global y el compromiso de cada Estado de no dejar fuera a nadie del goce de sus derechos humanos fundamentales, mucho más allá de su condición migratoria. Por ello, ministra, felicitamos los avances concretados con esta conferencia como un claro ejemplo del fortalecimiento de la cooperación internacional. Podremos seguir trabajando y avanzando en la protección efectiva de los derechos humanos de la población migrante y refugiada, que casi siempre es la más vulnerable de todas, y centrarnos en el deber humanitario que tenemos de proteger a estas personas y sus familias. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias a usted. Gracias. Gracias, señor Director General. We've had a slight change in the program, and before continuing with further donor countries, we are going to quickly turn to Mr. Welby Lehman, Senior Director, Global Government Affairs for the Americas and Africa of Walmart, Inc., and Co-Chair, Transparency and Regulatory Cooperation Working Group, America's Business Dialogue. Mr. Lehman, over to you, please.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. The Venezuela situation is a stress test for our ability across sectors to build out hope through an intersection between both rule of law and inclusive economic opportunity. And so in that sense, we cannot lose the opportunity to get it right at the systemic level throughout the hemisphere. This requires a careful look at what has not worked in the past to ensure that there is maximal employment-related hope through all of the countries that Venezuelan refugees have headed to, and many of which also have their own difficulties in ensuring hope for those who are born there. So in that sense, I'd like to lay out one particular idea that we've been working on a lot recently, in a cross-sectoral way, and which we believe can only be addressed in a cross-sectoral model. And that is that the intersection of rule of law and inclusive economic opportunity resides disproportionately in 4 regulatory systems that are very important for the ability of the private sector to generate inclusive work opportunity, and in which poor rule of law has undermined that ability. And therefore, if we can direct disproportionate resources into those 4 regulatory areas focused on cross-sectoral partnership to advance rule of law through digital transparency in particular, we can clear the way for what is necessarily a substantially economic work opportunities. So in that context, the 4 regulatory areas that the Americas Business Dialogue and also the Rule of Law Task Force of all of the AmChams of Latin America and the Caribbean identified are the tax administration system, the customs administration system, the licensing and permitting operations of governments, and public procurement. If we can bring digital tools to those areas, it allows for businesses to substantially increase the integration both of Venezuelan refugees and of others who have insufficient hope for opportunities where they were originally based or where they are based. And we think that the COVID era has shown that this is the critical moment, because we've seen a conflation of interests in a way that did not exist before, in which in these 4 regulatory areas, there is substantial recognition that the private sector will need to integrate small suppliers and their workers, as well as get investment out to underserved areas. The public sector recognizes the importance of facilitating that. That's critical for Venezuelan refugee hope in many different countries. But simultaneously, there's a recognition that the rule of law difficulties there, the unpredictability in those 4 regulatory areas, call for being much more ambitious on digital transparency, which COVID has shown is possible. We've seen massive acceleration of digital. And so it's in that context that I'd really call on both governments, multilaterals, and the private sector to work with civil society in rolling out digital transparency tools in those 4 regulatory areas in partnership in order to change the culture, such that we can clear the path for those 2 critical private sector contributions to increased work opportunity for refugees and for others, which are integration into supply chain of those that have not had adequate opportunity to be integrated in the past, and getting investment and the job creation that it entails out into underserved communities.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman. Let me now return to the donor pledging session, and I would like to invite Mr. Peter Lonsky, Secretary General of the Federal Ministry of European and International Affairs of the Republic of Austria. Mr. Lonsky, the floor is yours.
Madam Minister, dear co-conveners, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to address this International Donors Conference on behalf of the Austrian Minister for European and International Affairs, Alexander Schallenberg. We commend Canada for its tireless efforts to keep a steadfast focus on the crisis in Venezuela and the affected region. It is of utmost importance to raise awareness about the ongoing refugee and migrant situation, its dire consequences for the region, and the fact that additional funds are needed to support the host countries as well as the people of Venezuela. The political significance of the present International Donors Conference lies not only in demonstrating practical solidarity with the Venezuelan migrants and refugees. It also sends a clear signal of continuing support to the countries of the region. We live in such an interconnected global system that people in any part of the world cannot shut their eyes to growing humanitarian crises affecting a whole region on another continent. We are aware that Venezuela has been in the grip of a humanitarian crisis for some years, compounded by a faltering economy. The refugee crisis of immense proportions has not only exacerbated the dire situation in Venezuela, but had also engulfed its neighbors. One neighboring state in particular, Colombia, has already been severely affected, plunging it into its own humanitarian crisis. The statistics from the humanitarian organizations on the ground are alarming. According to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, some 7.6 million people in Venezuela depend on humanitarian aid. About 80% of the population does not have safe access to drinking water. Colombia is host to 2 million refugees from Venezuela, in addition to its own staggering number of 8.1 million internally displaced persons. All this might bear unforeseen consequences for the stability of the entire region. Austria has a long-standing tradition of engaging in humanitarian aid and of providing assistance to the civilian population of countries affected by humanitarian crises. In keeping with that tradition, the Austrian government therefore pledges 1 million euros for humanitarian aid for Venezuela via the International Committee of the Red Cross, and 1 further million euros for Colombia via the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. We wish this donors conference much success in its noble objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General. Let me invite Mr. Cornelius Corneliu, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Cyprus, a new donor joining us this year, to take the floor. Mr. Corneliu, the floor is yours.
I would like to congratulate the organizers, particularly the host government of Canada, as well as the European Union, the International Organization for Migration, and the UNHCR for once again bringing together such high-level participants in a collective pledge of solidarity with the Venezuelan refugees and migrants. The importance of the conference lies on the very recognition of the extraordinary burden on host countries, and particularly in having to shoulder the weight of the world's second largest migration crisis after Syria, coupled with the extraordinary challenges of COVID-19. Cyprus could not be absent from such commendable and timely initiative, in line with its steadfast commitment in providing protection and assistance to refugees and asylum seekers, and the tremendous value of all activities aiming to ensure their international protection and safeguard their rights and welfare. In this context, the dramatic plight of Venezuelan female refugees is of undeniable importance and urgency for all of us. It is a known reality that female refugees are facing multiple discrimination, exploitation, and violence, including sexual violence, trends that regretfully have been exacerbated during the pandemic. It is now more imperative than ever to integrate a gender perspective in budgetary responses in order to mobilize prevention strategies and protect women and girls refugees from all forms of violence. Cyprus would hence like to channel its symbolic humanitarian pledge to raising awareness on the impact of this migrant crisis on women and girls refugees, and in identifying targeted actions that would ensure primarily their health, education, and well-being. I wish a successful outcome to this important conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelio. Next, let me move to His Excellency Jan Kohut, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, to take the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a real pleasure to address you today on behalf of the Czech Republic. First of all, I would like to thank Canada for hosting this important event. The gap between the magnitude of the Venezuelan crisis and the lack of international visibility is alarming. I am confident that today's conference will help fill this gap. It proves that we stand ready to respond to global challenges. Such a response is impossible without international solidarity and active cooperation. It is only by joining forces that we can be effective. International cooperation is essential. At this moment, the pandemic is adding to the hardship of refugees, placing additional strain on vulnerable hosting communities. We shall demonstrate the Venezuelans and their host countries that they are not alone. We shall continue to assist refugees in the region and their host countries and local communities. Let me commend the efforts by the host countries in the region, particularly by Colombia. Furthermore, we have to insist on full humanitarian access to people in need across Venezuela. Root causes of the crisis in Venezuela lie in the political area. Therefore, a genuine dialogue leading to free and fair presidential and parliamentary elections is the only way forward. By the same token, we must continue to address serious human rights violations documented so thoroughly by UN reports and keep pressure on the Maduro regime to prevent further violation. In view of the needs in the region, the Czech Republic has cooperated both with the governments of Colombia and Peru and relevant international and local partners in assisting refugees and local communities, including with protective measures related to the COVID-19 pandemic. We will continue our assistance, contributing at least 4.2 million of Czech crowns this year to protection of vulnerable refugees in Colombia. I am convinced that today's conference will be successful, just as I am convinced that the Venezuelan people will overcome this crisis and that democracy will finally return to Venezuela. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I now invite Her Excellency Eva Maria Limets, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Estonia. Minister, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the migratory pressures caused by the actions of the illegitimate Maduro regime to the neighboring countries of Venezuela show no signs of relief. I join praising all countries who have offered millions of Venezuelans a safe place to stay. Both state institutions and the society are under enormous pressure to ensure that integration is carried out as smoothly as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, today the message has been clear. The crisis has a devastating impact on Venezuelan refugees and migrants. Humanitarian aid is also needed for millions of Venezuelans who have decided to stay in their homeland despite the crisis. The crisis started already before the world was hit by COVID-19. The pandemic has made the already severe situation even worse. Host countries of refugees have done their best to provide a response, and the international community has supported their efforts, but more is needed. We want to do our part. In the framework of this conference, Estonia pledges 50,000 euros through IOM for humanitarian aid. Estonia contributed with 50,000 euros also in the past 2 years. For a long-term solution to the current situation, the political stalemate has to end. Estonia supports the efforts of Mr. Juan Guaidó and the democratically elected Venezuelan opposition to establish a dialogue and a transition process leading to free and credible elections. I would like to thank the Government of Canada, IOM, and the UNHCR for organizing this important event today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. Next, let me turn to His Excellency Pekka Haavisto, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Finland, to take the floor. Minister.
The Honourable Carina Gold, Your Excellencies. I thank Canada for organising this conference and for drawing attention to one of the most underfunded humanitarian crises in the world. The situation of Venezuelans remains extremely difficult, and it has deteriorated further during the COVID-19 pandemic. The countries in the region have shown remarkable solidarity with the millions of Venezuelans who have had to flee from their country and seek for new shelter. In our support to Venezuelan refugees and migrants, I would like to emphasize the situation of women and children. Particular attention needs to be paid also to those facing multiple forms of discrimination, such as persons with disabilities. They are often the most vulnerable to abuse and violence. Out of 7 million Venezuelans in urgent need of humanitarian assistance, about half are children. I am therefore encouraged to hear about the World Food Programme's school meal program, which will bring much needed assistance directly to the children in Venezuela. Finland supports Venezuela through our funding to UN organizations and the Central Emergency Response Fund, as well as the European Union. In addition, we have contributed to the UNHCR's operations in Venezuela, and we are also supporting Venezuelan migrant children in Colombia through the Inter-American Development Bank. Finally, Finland strongly supports the joint EU position underlining that the long-term solution for Venezuela can only be a politically negotiated one. It's important that we continuously work in support of this aim. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Haavisto. Maintenant, j'invite Monsieur François Delatte, secrétaire général du ministère de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères de la République française. Monsieur, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup. Excellence, je souhaite tout d'abord, au nom du ministre Jean-Yves Le Drian, remercier chaleureusement les autorités canadiennes, l'Agence des Nations Unies pour les réfugiés et l'Organisation internationale pour les migrations pour l'organisation de cette conférence importante. Face à une crise qui touche l'ensemble de la région, les autorités françaises continuent à se mobiliser pour répondre aux besoins de la population vénézuélienne et soutenir les États d'accueil. L'aide directe de la France a été multipliée par 6 entre 2018 et 2020. Elle atteint en 2021 plus de 5 millions d'euros de dons. Derrière ces chiffres, il y a nos actions concrètes. Au Venezuela, tout d'abord, pour appuyer la population, principalement dans les secteurs de la santé et de la sécurité alimentaire, mais aussi dans la région où nous soutenons les organisations internationales qui sont elles-mêmes mobilisées au service des Vénézuéliens déplacés et des communautés d'accueil. La France agit également en tant que membre actif de l'Union européenne, dont je souhaite saluer l'effort continu, un effort marqué par la co-organisation des 2 premières conférences internationales en 2019 et en 2020 sur cette crise migratoire, et par la co-organisation également d'un événement avec la société civile particulièrement utile cette année. Dans le contexte actuel caractérisé par la pandémie de Covid-19, nous devons conjuguer nos efforts pour éviter toute politisation de l'aide humanitaire au Venezuela. L'action de l'ONU reste essentielle à cet égard, en particulier celle du Programme alimentaire mondial, dont je salue la présence désormais dans le pays. Il est important que tous les acteurs humanitaires impartiaux puissent opérer au Venezuela conformément aux principes humanitaires. Comme nous le savons, la coordination sur le terrain est essentielle pour assurer la meilleure efficacité à nos efforts. La France salue donc l'action du processus de Quito et les liens existants entre ce forum de coordination et les actions de l'Union européenne. Et la France reste engagée au sein du groupe de contact international. Soyez-en assurés, la France poursuivra son travail sur chacun des enjeux de la crise dans la région, en Europe et dans les enceintes multilatérales. Nous n'oublions pas en même temps que les causes profondes de la crise se trouvent au Venezuela et que seule la voie politique et pacifique, avec la mise en place d'un dialogue inclusif entre Vénézuéliens, apportera une réponse de long terme. Un grand merci à chacune et chacun d'entre vous.
Merci, Monsieur Delattre. Let me move now to His Excellency Niels Annan, Minister of State at the Federal Foreign Office of the Federal Republic of Germany. Mr. Annan.
Dear Minister Garneau, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the suffering of millions of refugees and migrants from Venezuela is one of the biggest humanitarian tragedies of our time. Over the past 16 months, the pandemic has further pushed many of them to the brink of hunger, malnutrition and disease. And as if the situation could not get any worse, their host countries are among the hardest hit by COVID-19 and its social and economic effects. And yet, these countries are showing remarkable solidarity. Together, the countries of the region are hosting 5.6 million refugees and migrants from Venezuela, a number only toppled by the Syrian catastrophe. And Colombia has broken new grounds by announcing a 10-year protection status for Venezuelan refugees. We applaud your courage and leadership, and we have come here today to match your solidarity, not only in words but in deeds. We have increased our funding for the Venezuela crisis significantly. 12.7 million euro of humanitarian assistance have already been disbursed. And I'm glad to announce another 35.4 million euro of humanitarian assistance and 23.6 million euro of development funds for 2021, bringing our total support to 71.7 million. But as important as these pledges, our solidarity must go beyond them. The international community must stand together to address the root causes of the crisis, which is the Maduro regime and its ignorance towards the suffering of its people. Today, we appeal to stop politicizing humanitarian assistance, to stop intimidating humanitarian workers, to stop its crackdown on civil society, and to stop harassing independent media. The only way out of Venezuela's crisis are free and fair elections at all levels. And we therefore urge all parties involved to engage in a new round of negotiations between the regime and the democratic forces. We are willing to support a political solution as good as we can, for the sake of the people of Venezuela and for the sake of the entire region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Niels and Germany, for your generous contribution today. I now invite His Excellency Nikos Dendias, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Hellenic Republic, to take the floor. Minister.
Distinguished Minister of International Development of Canada, Ms. Karina Gould. Distinguished High Commissioner for Refugees, Mr. Filippo Grandi. Joint UNHCR and IOM Special Representative for Venezuelan Refugees and Migrants, Mr. Eduardo Stein. Thank you for the opportunity to participate for the second time to the International Donors Conference for the Venezuelan Refugees and Migrants. And thank you to Canada and UNHCR and the IOM for hosting this important event. I want from the outset to reiterate Greece's deepest concern over the deteriorating political, economic and social situation in Venezuela.
a situation that now amounts to the greatest humanitarian crisis the Latin American region has ever experienced. Indeed, a growing number of the people of Venezuela continue to be confronted with serious challenges such as severe restrictions to their political, economic, social and educational rights, inadequate access to food and water supplies, and limited access to proper medical care. This already devastating situation has been further exacerbated due to the COVID-19 pandemic. These realities have unavoidably led to the massive migration of Venezuelan citizens to neighboring countries, a trend that has reached disconcerting dimensions. And as usually is the case, the crisis is particularly affecting the most vulnerable groups of the population, including the women and girls of Venezuela who are struggling to make their voices heard. Increasingly marginalized, it is not by chance that women and girls now constitute the majority of displaced persons. It is obvious that today, more than ever, we must continue to work even more closely together. We must do everything we can to prevent the crisis from further deteriorating into a human catastrophe. It is imperative that we show support and solidarity to all host states and communities. I want to salute the decision of the government of Colombia to offer Venezuelan migrants a temporary protection status. This is a courageous and remarkable step expected to alleviate some of the suffering of these Venezuelans that have fled to Colombia. Greece is a country greatly affected by vast migration flows from a different part of the world, hosting a disproportionately large number of migrants and refugees itself. We therefore know all too well the complexities of the issue. In this context, and in contributing to the international effort to increase coordinated assistance for the Venezuelan migrants and refugees, Greece would like to hereby offer again this year a symbolic amount. Increased financial and technical support, as well as a stronger engagement by all, is indeed needed. However, it is also important not to lose sight of the fact that in order to achieve a lasting resolution of the issue, it's imperative to address its root causes. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Let me turn to His Excellency Archbishop Paul Gallagher to take the floor. Excellency, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since our meeting last year, the political and humanitarian situation in Venezuela has shown little sign of improvement. The global pandemic has only accentuated and accelerated these political and social challenges. As Pope Francis has continued to insist, authentic solidarity and fraternity remain the basis for international cooperation moving forward. Today's conference is no exception. The countless commitments and gestures of solidarity, not only made by states and international institutions, but especially by civil society and faith-based organizations, are a prime example. As pointed out last year, their vast networks and close relationships with the people they serve are foundational to international efforts to deliver humanitarian aid and provide durable solutions to Venezuelans, as well as to support their host communities. This includes the important work of the Interagency Coordination Platform for Refugees and Migrants from Venezuela, which has supported an incredible array of projects and programs throughout the Americas, including those operated by the local Catholic Church and many Catholic-inspired NGOs. Here, the Holy See recognizes the tireless efforts of Caritas Internacionalis, Red Clamor, the Jesuit Network, Puentes de Solidaridad, and countless others who remain committed to welcome, protect, promote, and integrate Venezuelans who left their country in search of peace, security, and prosperity. As in the past, the Holy See not only expresses its sincere hope that today's conference will lead to increased and sustained funding, but also desires a lasting, peaceful, and realistic solution to the crisis in Venezuela, one accompanied by guarantees and negotiated between Venezuelans. As Pope Francis said recently, let us seek the path of national unity, an operational unity in which everyone, with seriousness and sincerity, starting with mutual respect and recognition, putting the common good before any other interest, works for unity, peace and prosperity, so that the people can live with normality, productivity, democratic stability, security, justice and hope. I thank you all very much.
Thank you. I now move to Mr. Ferenc Dansk, Deputy State Secretary for Migration Challenges and North American Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade of the Republic of Hungary, another new donor to join us this year, to take the floor. Please go ahead.
Let me thank the Government of Canada and in particular Global Efforts Canada for its tireless efforts in organizing and hosting the International Donors Conference in solidarity with the Venezuelan refugees and migrants. Although Hungary joins for the first time the series of solidarity conferences to raise awareness of the Venezuelan refugee and migrant situation, this does not mean that so far we have turned a blind eye to the crisis in the region. Hungary is aware of the millions of Venezuelan refugees and migrants who are scattered in the region, making this the second largest displacement crisis in the world. The needs are continuously growing, and Hungarian medical assistance, pharmaceuticals, food have been delivered over the last 2 years to Venezuelan refugees in the region through bilateral channels. COVID has only worsened the already dire situation. Even though we all have to grapple individually with the consequences of the global pandemic. We firmly believe in the importance of tangible and timely aid to Venezuelans. Therefore, Hungary, as an in-kind contribution to today's pledging conference, will deliver 100,000 key N95 masks for the use of the Venezuelan refugees camped in Ecuador. Migration is a huge burden on the societies. This is why we have to concentrate our efforts on the elimination of the root causes of migration. I'm confident that despite the unusual circumstances, today's virtual conference will be a great success and will achieve its main goals of mobilization and raising awareness, as well as bringing help to where it's needed.
Thank you, Mr. Dansk. Let me now turn to Her Excellency Marina Sereni, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Republic of Italy. Marina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Karina. Thank you very much. Let me first start by thanking the Canadian government for organizing today's conference in partnership with the UNHCR and IOM. Italy firmly supports your efforts to keep the focus on the Venezuelan crisis, which is one of the worst in the world and affects millions of fragile people in the entire region. The situation is even more complicated in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has put the national capacities under enormous strain. While we are aware of the progress made with regard to the expansion of humanitarian space, we are still worried about a political and socio-economic situation in Venezuela that keeps pushing thousands of people to flee to other countries looking for better opportunities. The situation at the frontier with Colombia is a source of utmost concern. Let me reaffirm our commitment to standing by the hosting countries who have shown a commendable solidarity. In this sense, I would like to seize this opportunity to express our greatest support to the Quito process. Over the last years, we have always supported both the people of Venezuela and the vulnerable Venezuelan refugees and migrants, as well as the hosting communities, through funding to the main humanitarian organizations both in Venezuela and in the region. Between 2019 and 2020, Italy has devoted a total of 5.5 million euros for activities in Latin American countries and 4 million euros for interventions in Venezuela. We know that this crisis is severely underfunded and that there is still a lot to be done in order to provide assistance to the many in need, including women, children, and people living with disabilities. Italy is ready to play its part. This is why, on this occasion, I am pleased to announce that Italy is pledging for the humanitarian response to Venezuela and the region 2 million euros for 2021, of which 1 million euros to UNHCR in Colombia and 1 million euro to WFP in Venezuela. Let me conclude by acknowledging that whilst it is important to continue tirelessly our humanitarian effort, a long-lasting solution to the suffering of so many Venezuelans necessarily implies a political solution to the political and institutional crisis. Italy remains committed also to this ultimate goal together with our partners in the international community. Thank you.
Grazie, Marina. Next, I invite His Excellency Colm Brophy, Minister of State for Overseas Development Aid and Diaspora of the Republic of Ireland, to speak. Colm?
I would like to thank Canada, the UNHCR and IOM for convening this important conference today. Forced displacement of children, women and men in regions all over the world is one of the most challenging problems facing us. And we have heard today of the terrible plight of those who've been forced to flee because of the crisis inside Venezuela. Ireland remains gravely concerned about the humanitarian situation caused by this crisis. The impact on human lives remains critical, and the situation has been further aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic. The exodus of Venezuelans from their home country is at historic levels. Countries neighbouring Venezuela have shown exceptional solidarity to those who have been forced to leave. I'm also very conscious that they are showing this solidarity while they themselves face serious domestic challenges. We thank those countries for their generosity. Now it is more crucial than ever that the international community shows increased solidarity with these countries. We also acknowledge and appreciate the efforts of the United Nations and the many humanitarian partners who are providing vital assistance in very difficult and challenging circumstances. The humanitarian crisis underscores the importance of Venezuela returning quickly to democracy, including to enable people to return home. In this regard, the international community needs to engage and work with all stakeholders in the country to support a peaceful, negotiated and democratic solution to the crisis. The solution should be led and owned by the long-suffering people of Venezuela. The funding requirements to address this crisis are immense, and the need to scale up funding to assist those impacted by the crisis is now more critical than ever. Last year, Ireland provided 1 million in funding to the UNHCR for its work under the Regional Response Plan for Refugees and Migrants. This year, I'm pleased to announce that we will double our pledge and provide 2 million euros in funding. This is in addition to Ireland's core funding to the global humanitarian system, including more than 20 million in core support to the UNHCR, IOM and the UN's Central Emergency Response Fund, as well as additional Irish funding to respond to the crisis, including the Venezuelan Country-Based Fund. As a member of the EU, we also contribute to the extensive EU funding to address the crisis. I want to assure you of Ireland's continued support as we collectively seek to address the dire humanitarian situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Colm, and thank you to Ireland for increasing their support this year. I would now like to invite His Excellency Uto Takashi, State Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan, to take the floor. State Minister.
Dear distinguished participants, I'm Uto Takashi, State Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan. At the outset, I'm honored to take part in this important conference and would like to express my gratitude to the Government of Canada, UNHCR, and IOM for their leadership for addressing the Venezuelan crisis. Also, I'd like to express my deep respect to the neighboring countries who maintain their doors open to the Venezuelan refugees and migrants amid the global spread of the COVID-19. Japan is deeply concerned about the ongoing deterioration of the political, economic, and the social conditions in Venezuela and the pandemic of COVID-19 since last year, which is seriously affecting the Venezuelan people, particularly those in vulnerable situations and causing a region-wide impact through the exodus of about 5.6 million of Venezuelan people. In order to improve the worsening humanitarian situation in and around Venezuela, Japan has provided assistance of approximately $44 million for Venezuelan refugees and migrants since 2017. These include support for child protection, food assistance, and medical equipment. Especially since the last year's donor conference to bridge the financial gap for the Venezuelan refugees and migrants issue, Japan has contributed actively through the approximately $10 million of support, such as the assistance through IOM for Peru, which includes the food assistance, vocational training for Venezuelans, and the support for strengthening Peru's capacity to foster them, and the assistance through UNICEF to support the vaccination in Venezuela. Moreover, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought the great challenge for the Venezuelans. In this regard, Japan decided to extend emergency grants aid of $2.35 million to Venezuela through UNICEF as last one-mile support to ensure vaccination to each and every Venezuelan, providing the equipment related to the cold chain. This support complements the COVAX facility, to which Japan already has contributed $200 million to accelerate the vaccination in the world. Through these efforts, Japan, with the international community, will continue to provide support to the Venezuelan people, including people fleeing from Venezuela, as well as to the neighboring countries affected. Finally, in order to fundamentally improve the situation in Venezuela, not only the humanitarian assistance, but also the peaceful restoration of democracy based on its constitutional order is essential. In this regard, Japan reiterates its call for peaceful and constructive efforts toward restoring the democracy with a broad participation of the Venezuelan people. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, State Minister. Let me move to Mr. Ham Sang-wook, Deputy Minister for Multilateral and Global Affairs of the Republic of Korea. The floor is yours.
Let me start by thanking Canada for hosting this important conference together with UNHCR and IOM. The Republic of Korea is deeply concerned with the worsening humanitarian situation in Venezuela. Millions of Venezuelans have been driven from their homes. This has become the second largest displacement crisis in the world, only after Syria. The people of Venezuela are the primary victims of the ongoing political crisis in the country. To help ease their suffering, it is critical to respond to the growing humanitarian needs and allow unimpeded and sustained humanitarian access to the most vulnerable people. At the same time, Korea recognizes the unprecedented burden this crisis is posing on the countries in the region, especially in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. We pay tribute to the generosity of the host countries and communities in embracing and protecting the people of Venezuela. We especially welcome Colombia's decision to grant legal status to Venezuelan migrants earlier this year. For our part, Korea remains committed to supporting the Venezuelan people and the host countries. This year, we will provide more than $4 million in humanitarian assistance, which includes support to the UN Venezuela Humanitarian Fund. Finally, the only durable solution to this crisis is an inclusive national dialogue that meets the legitimate aspirations of the Venezuelan people. And we hope that the international community can stand together to support this process and finally break the political deadlock in Venezuela. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I would now like to invite Ms. Zanda Kalnina Lukasevica, Parliamentary State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Latvia, a new donor, to take the floor. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me thank Canada, and in particular, the Honorable Karina Gold, for convening this conference. The UN Refugee Agency does a tremendous job helping people in need. The work to ease the suffering of refugees from Venezuela demands constant and full attention. We are gravely disappointed that the Venezuelan regime has not shown any real sign of reconciliation and is not making moves to improve living conditions for its people. The people of Venezuela deserve a better future. The country does have the resources to prosper. The governing regime has set other priorities. But we all know that regimes that feed on people's misery and fears have no future. A first step to turning things into the right direction would be to create conditions for a democratic and inclusive electoral process. We would like, therefore, to reiterate the call for all parties to engage in a meaningful dialogue. The COVID-19 pandemic has hit the whole region hard. Global challenges can be overcome only through solidarity. Latvia is ready to contribute to efforts in support of the 5.6 million people who have fled Venezuela. We welcome the efforts of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees in providing assistance where it is most needed. Latvia will continue giving financial support to the countries hosting Venezuelan refugees through the response plans and programs of the UNHCR. I hope that this conference will help to highlight the unacceptable situation that forces people to leave their homes and creates so much suffering and discontent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to His Excellency Mantas Adominas, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania, another new donor this year, to take the floor.
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the Canadian government for the initiative to convene the third conference in solidarity with Venezuelan refugees and migrants. The humanitarian situation stemming from the deep crisis in Venezuela remains worrying. The continuing social, economic, and political turmoil in Venezuela has driven millions of Venezuelans across the border to neighboring countries, such as Colombia, Brazil, Peru, Chile, and Ecuador. Countries in the region have responded to this unprecedented displacement with remarkable solidarity, while facing significant challenges to their own economies and societies. This is also a commitment for all the international community to mobilize additional humanitarian funding for refugees and migrants from Venezuela and their host communities, as well as financial support for their socio-economic integration in the receiving countries. Lithuania joins the international efforts to alleviate the suffering of Venezuelan refugees by pledging the contribution of a total of $60,000. I hope that one day Venezuelans will be able to return to their homes and live in dignity and prosperity. To this end, we remain committed to supporting a political solution to the current crisis, including free and fair elections, as the only pathway to democracy and rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Minister. Son Excellence, Monsieur Jean Asselborn, ministre de la Coopération et de l'Action humanitaire et ministre de l'Économie du Grand-Duché de Luxembourg, la parole est à vous.
Madame la ministre Karina Gold, chers collègues, je remercie le Canada d'avoir organisé cette conférence avec l'HCR et l'OIM. La crise des personnes déplacées du Venezuela continue en effet de requérir toute notre attention. Je salue les efforts déployés par les pays de la région. Nous devons tous continuer de faire preuve de solidarité avec les réfugiés et aussi les migrants vénézuéliens. Ils ont besoin d'accès aux services de santé, à l'éducation, au logement et à l'octroi de documents officiels. Ils ont besoin de sécurité alimentaire et aussi de protection. Depuis la conférence des donateurs de mai 2020, la pandémie a continué de se répandre. Elle exacerbe les pressions sociales et économiques dans cette région d'Amérique latine. Afin de répondre aux besoins humanitaires et de développement, le Luxembourg s'engage à 5 niveaux. Premièrement, nous soutenons les programmes du HCR au Venezuela et dans la région à hauteur de 200 000 €. Deuxièmement, nous continuerons de soutenir le service d'innovation du HCR pour la connectivité pour les réfugiés et l'inclusion numérique dans les Amériques. Troisièmement, notre plateforme Emergency Allo continuera avec la HCR et l'UNICEF à fournir un accès gratuit à l'Internet et à des services de communication aux acteurs humanitaires sur le terrain. Quatrièmement, nous continuerons de soutenir les efforts d'ONU, Femmes et d'autres agences pour soutenir les femmes et les filles déplacées qui ont trouvé refuge au Brésil. Et cinquièmement, nous prévoyons aussi de soutenir des projets de l'ONG luxembourgeoise Caritas en faveur des réfugiés et déplacés dans la région. Les nouvelles contributions du Luxembourg s'élèveront ainsi au total à 2 millions d'euros. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre. I now turn to His Excellency Évariste Bartolo, Minister for Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Malta. The floor is yours.
On behalf of the Government of Malta, I would like to thank the organizers for holding today's pledging event, which helps in raising further awareness on the migration crisis in Venezuela. Malta aligns itself with the EU's position that there can be only a political, peaceful and democratic way out of the crisis through a coordinated approach by all stakeholders in the country. We need to remain engaged and support all those striving to bring back democracy in the country. Moreover, Malta supports the pragmatic efforts being undertaken by the International Contact Group, which represents the only body that has access to both Venezuela's regime and the opposition. We thus look ahead to the group's further developments on the ground, notably in the field of technical and humanitarian missions. The developments in Venezuela remain a cause for grave concern, particularly since the dire humanitarian situation has been made worse by the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. More than ever, political differences must be overcome in face of the enormous challenges placed on all Venezuelans. I take this opportunity to commend the solidarity shown by neighboring countries that have assisted several Venezuelans who fled the country since the beginning of the crisis. At this delicate time, for so many vulnerable people, it is admirable to see such camaraderie among neighboring countries. In this spirit, I am honored to announce that the Government of Malta will provide a financial contribution in support of the ongoing efforts in the region.
Thank you, Minister Bartolo. Let me now turn to Her Excellency Sigrid Kaag, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister for Foreign Trade and Development Cooperation of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Sigrid, my friend, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the people of Venezuela are going through a disruptive, severe and complex crisis, which has been aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic. People like Isabel Bolivar, whose touching story you can hear on Spotify, are the human faces of this crisis. Like countless others, she's been forced to seek refuge abroad. It's people like her that the international community owes. This is why I want to thank Canada, IOM and UNHCR for organizing this conference in the run-up to World Refugee Day. Here we have an opportunity to help address this acute emergency. The Kingdom of the Netherlands provides more than half of its annual humanitarian aid budget of €375 million to the UN and the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement in unearmarked and predictable funding. We want the humanitarian system to respond immediately and effectively when and where it is most needed. On top of our annual core funding of €33 million to UNHCR, we're now making an additional contribution of €2 million specifically for refugees and forcibly displaced people in Venezuela and the region. Money alone is not enough. The international community has a duty to help foster a negotiated solution to the political crisis and to address this humanitarian tragedy. As a Caribbean neighbour, our kingdom is directly affected. We cannot look away. Minister Gold, thank you for your leadership. Let's continue working together to help achieve this so that people like Isabel can return to a stable and democratic Venezuela. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Cog. I would like to now invite Her Excellency Linda Thomas Greenfield, the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, to have the floor. Ambassador, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Karina. On behalf of the United States, I would like to thank Canada, UNHCR, and IOM for convening this important conference. And I would also like to commend and thank all of the other donors who have participated today. I also commend the governments and citizens of the 17 countries throughout the region that generously host the majority of the more than 5.6 million Venezuelans who have been forced to flee Venezuela. Today, I reaffirm the commitment of the United States to assist Venezuela, refugees and migrants, the host communities that support them, and the most vulnerable still in Venezuela, who are facing a worsening, complex humanitarian crisis. I also reaffirm our commitment to addressing the crisis through a peaceful political solution. The United States remains steadfast in our support to the Venezuelan people in their struggle for the restoration of democracy and rule of law. On behalf of the government of the United States and the American people, I'm proud to announce nearly $407 million in new humanitarian assistance for the response to the Venezuelan regional crisis, including inside Venezuela. This new funding will provide the Venezuelan people with a wide range of life-saving and essential assistance, such as food, health care, safe drinking water, emergency shelter, access to legal and protection services, and livelihood opportunities. The United States will continue to provide support through our partners to assist Venezuelans with access to asylum and legal status. In addition, we designated temporary protected status for Venezuela in March, which is expected to benefit more than 300,000 individuals already in the United States who cannot safely return to Venezuela. And we will continue to work with the World Bank and through the Global Concessional Financing Facility to support countries like Colombia and Ecuador as they integrate refugees into their communities. During a visit to Ecuador last month, I heard firsthand how our humanitarian assistance is providing critical services throughout the region and to support the local and successful integration of Venezuelan refugees and migrants. Our humanitarian partners told us they need real, sustained, and continued support for Venezuelans, especially for survivors of gender-based violence, children and unaccompanied minors, and the LGBTQI+ persons. I want to thank President Lasso of Ecuador for his continued public commitment to regularizing Venezuelans in Ecuador. And I also commend Colombia for granting a 10-year temporary protected status for Venezuelans. We encourage others to take similar steps to provide legal status and access to services for Venezuelans. Finally, thank you so much to the other donors, again, represented here, especially those contributing for the first time. The United States looks forward to coordinating our efforts with all of you. Collectively, we can and will and must ensure the most comprehensive response possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador, and thank you to the United States for their generous pledge and contribution today. I would now like to invite Her Excellency Nanaya Sibel Mahuta, Minister of Foreign Affairs of New Zealand, another new donor, to take the floor. Minister, please go ahead.
Kei ngā iti, kei ngā rahi, tēnā koutou katoa. I'd like to thank the Government of Canada and the United Nations for convening this important event. Aotearoa New Zealand remains deeply concerned about the humanitarian and human rights situation in Venezuela. Over the past year, we have seen the COVID pandemic deepen an already dire situation for millions of struggling Venezuelans. These impacts have been particularly acute in the area of food insecurity. We acknowledge and applaud the decision of Colombia and the United States to provide temporary protection to Venezuelan migrants. The Manakitango support offered by neighbouring countries in the region during an already challenging year has been especially meaningful and important. Humanitarian agencies continue to provide a critical lifeline for many vulnerable people facing extremely difficult conditions. As such, I am pleased to announce that Aotearoa New Zealand is pledging an additional 1.5 million New Zealand dollars to the International Committee of the Red Cross to support its humanitarian efforts. This brings New Zealand's total financial support for the Venezuelan humanitarian crisis to 3.65 million New Zealand dollars since 2018. Aotearoa New Zealand strongly believes in playing our part to address the world's most pressing humanitarian issues. This includes supporting those who are most vulnerable due to conflict, repression, or human rights violations. Beyond our support for humanitarian efforts, New Zealand remains committed to supporting the efforts of those working to find a peaceful and democratic solution to the crisis in Venezuela. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, kia ora mai tātou.
Thank you, Minister. Let me now ask His Excellency Jens Frølich Holte, State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Norway. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. On behalf of Norway, allow me first to extend our sincere thanks to Canada, to you, Karina, for organizing this year's conference, of course, along with UNHCR and IOM as well. We would really like to acknowledge the outstanding generosity and the solidarity that has been shown by the host communities and the governments of the region. Despite their own ongoing struggles, after more than a year with dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic and its rippling effect on societies, still local communities in numerous countries continue to open their doors and support the neighbors in need. It is something that countries all over the world should take duly note of. Let me reconfirm Norway's unwavering support to the countries of the region. It's been built on decades of partnerships, and we intend to continue to support across the board through humanitarian assistance, through long-term development, and of course through Norway's long-standing peace and reconciliation efforts in the region. Consistent international support for a political solution is critical to develop a constructive environment for negotiations in Venezuela. And of course, Norway remains in contact with the political and social actors in Venezuela on a regular basis. Norway supports humanitarian action in Venezuela and in the region. We have already disbursed $6.6 million this year to civil society, to UNHCR, UNICEF, UNFPA, and ICRC to respond to the needs of Venezuelan migrants and refugees, with a particular focus on protection. We have also increased our core contributions to the World Food Programme and UNHCR significantly this year. We believe that the flexibility enables organizations to respond better to the acute needs and rapid developing situation in the region. I am also now pleased to announce Norway's additional contribution of 15 million Norwegian kroner in humanitarian assistance to the regional response. This brings Norway's total support to the crisis up to $8.4 million for 2021. Financial support is vital to address this crisis. However, Norway also remains convinced that the only lasting solution will come through a peaceful process to resolve the political crisis based on involvement of all stakeholders, including civil society and women. But I can assure you, Norway will remain a committed partner to the peoples and the countries of the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens and Norway. I now invite His Excellency Marcin Przysztak, Undersecretary of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland, another new donor, to take the floor. Your Excellency, please.
Thank you, dear Madam Minister, dear colleague guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also wholeheartedly join in thanks to the Canada government, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees Office and IOM for taking the initiative of organizing this already third International Donors Conference in solidarity with Venezuelan migrants and refugees. I'd like to express my appreciation to the efforts made by the host countries in the region in response to this unprecedented in Latin America Venezuelan migration crisis, now severely exacerbated by the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. But first of all, let me emphasize that for more than 6 years, we've been dealing with the consequences of a man-made crisis. Mismanagement, human rights and rule of law violations by the Maduro regime have made majority of the Venezuelan refugees and hostages both desperately needing assistance and restoration of hope, safety and decent life conditions for them and their families in their own country, once rich and prosperous. The source of the crisis is in Venezuela, so is its solution. Poland supports all the efforts aiming at the political and meaningful talks between representative stakeholders in Venezuela in order to restore the legitimacy and credibility of the Venezuelan government. It is desperately needed in adverse and difficult conditions of a complex post-pandemic world. We are aware that all challenges faced by Venezuela and the countries of the region combined with the COVID-19 pandemic have caused unprecedented rise of needs, especially in the health system. Combined with a deteriorating situation in other sectors like water, sanitation, and hygiene, as well as in education, it calls for immediate actions to protect those in need and especially the most fragile groups. Needs of vulnerable groups, especially children, are at heart of the Polish humanitarian assistance. The Venezuelan crisis deprives children of their most basic rights and often puts them at risk of losing health and life. According to the UNICEF humanitarian response plan, from 7 million people in Venezuela needing assistance, 3.2 million are children. There are 9,000 children less than 1 year old who are at risk of infant mortality. Venezuelan mothers and children were a focus of the actions of the Polish NGOs. And that is why Poland decided to support Venezuelan children by contributing $80,000 through the UNICEF's response to the Venezuela outflow crisis. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister, and we're delighted to welcome Poland as a new donor. Next, let me turn to His Excellency Francisco André, Secretary of State of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of the Portuguese Republic. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Minister. Agradeço ao Canadá, na pessoa da Sra. Ministra do Desenvolvimento Internacional, Karina Gold, pela organização deste importante evento. Estendo este agradecimento aos organizadores, o Alto Comissário das Nações Unidas para os Refugiados, Filippo Grandi, e o Diretor-Geral da Organização Internacional das Migrações, António Vitorino, bem como ao representante conjunto da Acnur e da OIM para os Refugiados e Imigrantes venezuelanos, Eduardo Stein, cujo notável trabalho de coordenação na plataforma internacional Resposta para Venezuelanos e Venezuelanas não posso deixar de salientar. Aproveito ainda para saudar o Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas, António Guterres, e o Secretário-Geral da Organização dos Estados Americanos, Luís Almagro. Pouco mais de um ano depois da última conferência de doadores, a situação dos refugiados venezuelanos nos países da região continua a agravar-se. Permanece o impasse na situação política interna da Venezuela e a incidência da Covid-19 na região tem contribuído para tornar esta crise ainda mais complexa. Importa, pois, continuarmos a trabalhar em conjunto, de forma solidária, para que esta situação crítica não seja esquecida. As necessidades da população venezuelana, refugiada e deslocada, são crescentes e concretas, pelo que devemos fazer o que estiver ao nosso alcance para ajudar e mobilizar apoios para os países da região que a acolhem. A situação na Venezuela e as suas consequências para os países da região são, sem sombra de dúvida, um assunto preponderante para Portugal. Temos vindo a acompanhar de perto, nos vários fora que integramos, os desenvolvimentos registrados nos últimos anos, procurando contribuir para uma solução pacífica para a crise. Temos também prosseguido o nosso apoio à população venezuelana, bem como aos refugiados e imigrantes venezuelanos e respectivas comunidades de acolhimento. Fazemos-lo através dos diversos instrumentos e canais disponíveis e sempre alinhados com as prioridades humanitárias internacionais e europeias. Durante a presidência portuguesa do Conselho da União Europeia, mantivemos esta crise e os seus aspectos humanitários na agenda europeia, sem nunca deixar de apoiar os autores humanitários, visando as pessoas mais vulneráveis. Nessa linha, tenho o prazer de anunciar uma nova contribuição financeira de Portugal no valor de 100 mil euros para ajudar na proteção e integração dos refugiados e imigrantes venezuelanos. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Thank you very much to Portugal. Let me turn to His Excellency Stanislav Raškan, State Secretary acting as Minister for Development Cooperation of the Republic of Slovenia. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Slovenia, I would like to thank Canada, the UNHCR, and IOM for organizing this donor conference, as well as the EU and the host countries from the region for supporting it. I would also like to commend the EU, Canada, and the Coalition for Defense of Rights of Refugees and Displaced People of Latin American countries for organizing the high-level meeting with civil society in solidarity with Venezuelan refugees and migrants at the beginning of this week, aiming to provide the non-governmental organizations and civil society visibility and active role in today's pledging conference. The complexity of the crisis in Venezuela is long-lasting. The burden it puts on the entire Latin American region undoubtedly requires a coordinated international response. It also calls for a unified global message emphasizing that a peaceful, democratic, and inclusive political solution for Venezuela is the only way forward. People in Venezuela have been struggling with a multidimensional crisis and dire humanitarian situation for years. For many, emigration was not a choice, but a necessity in order to survive. The COVID-19 has been rapidly spreading within the last year also in Venezuela and the whole region. These circumstances cause additional urgency to all Venezuelans to join forces for containing the disease and creating conditions for new elections. Slovenia has been strongly supporting the EU as well as the other international initiatives seeking then a peaceful and democratic solution for the crisis among the efforts of the International Contact Group and the engagement of Norway, which recently brought some steps forward toward the dialogue between the opposition and the regime. Therefore, we welcome their efforts as well as the one of the cooperation of all opposition parties to strengthen their forces for the democratic election processes. Slovenia understands the difficult circumstances of the host countries of the region that offered its hospitality to more than 5 million Venezuelan refugees and migrants within last years, although they are facing with several difficulties, especially following the COVID-19 pandemic too. We are aware of the importance of solidarity, especially in crisis situations. So Slovenia provided humanitarian aid for Venezuelan health sector through the EU humanitarian mechanisms in 2019 and at the last year's donors conference through the ICRC for Venezuelan refugees and migrants in Brazil. Slovenia offers assistance to its citizens and their families from Venezuela to return to their country of their ancestors. Today, I would like to announce a pledge by the Slovenian government at the amount of 60,000 euros, which we challenge within and this and next year through the ICRC for the Venezuelan refugees and migrants in Brazil. On behalf of Slovenia, I wish Venezuela and other countries in the region strength and courage in these difficult times. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. I would like to now turn to my dear friend, His Excellency Per Olsen Frid, Minister for International Development Cooperation of the Kingdom of Sweden. Minister, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to take the floor on behalf of Sweden. First of all, I'm grateful to Canada and my friend and colleague, the Honourable Ms. Carina Gold, Minister of International Development, for hosting this year's International Donors Conference in solidarity with Venezuelan refugees and migrants in collaboration with UNHCR and IOM. Thank you also to all those countries from the region present and represented here that continue to tirelessly and generously support and host people from Venezuela. I was pleased to take part also in last year's conference, hosted by the EU and Spain. And the conference today is an important opportunity to follow up on the commitments we have made to date and renew our support. All those present here today are well aware the response to the complex crisis in Venezuela and the region is one of the most underfunded in the world. This truly tests our solidarity. Sweden remains firmly committed to supporting the people of Venezuela and their neighbors. In May, we hosted a humanitarian donor meeting on how we can support the response inside Venezuela. So far this year, we have already dispersed about $15 million for 2021, of which about 8 to the region and 7 to the response inside Venezuela. And today I'm pleased to announce that we will make an additional contribution of $4.5 million to the Venezuela crisis. Just a few weeks ago, Sweden adopted a new 5-year strategy for regional development cooperation with Latin America. And this strategy includes support to migration and displacement. The economic empowerment of women, including women refugees and migrants, is an important priority in our new strategy and contributes to strengthening the positive effects of migration on sustainable development. Sweden will continue to stand in solidarity with the Venezuelan people and with the generous host countries in the region. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Let me now turn to Her Excellency Patricia Dancy, Director General of the Swiss Agency for Development Cooperation. The floor is yours.
Honourable Minister Gold, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. COVID-19 has turned our lives upside down. However, it is the people that are already suffering the most that are particularly affected by the pandemic. To date, more than 7 million refugees and migrants from Venezuela and their host communities are in need of humanitarian aid. 7 million Venezuelans who need assistance in their own country are also suffering. These figures are shocking. They represent mothers and fathers who wake up every morning not knowing how to feed, protect, and educate their children. Latin American countries have shown extraordinary solidarity in this migratory crisis. Nevertheless, we have to do more. So far, only a fraction of the Regional Refugee and Migrant Response Plan for 2021 and the Humanitarian Response Plan for Venezuela have been funded. It is our duty to provide substantial support for these plans now. This year, Switzerland will provide more than $12 million for humanitarian aid in Venezuela and in the region. I'm happy to announce that it includes $1 million for the new WFP program in Venezuela. This is part of a long-term increasing commitment adding to the over $38 million Switzerland dispersed over the last 4 years. However, to provide long-term safety and stability, we need a comprehensive political solution for Venezuela, and we need to support the strategies of the host countries to provide long-term prospects for Venezuelans in the region. This requires strong links between humanitarian, development, human rights, and peace policy approaches. We are ready to listen and are open to innovative solutions. In closing, I appeal to all of us to take the opportunity of today's conference to mobilize the necessary financial resources and ensure the swift distribution and subsequent implementation of the additional response. Let us bring hope solidarity and future prospects to the millions of Venezuelans in and outside their home country and in their host communities in Latin America. Gracias.
Thank you, Patricia. Let me move to His Excellency Vít Koziak, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Slovak Republic to Canada. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Canada, UNHCR, and IOM for organizing this important conference. Slovakia follows with great concern the political humanitarian situation in Venezuela. The economic crisis is deeply affecting citizens of Venezuela. Humanitarian crisis has been worsened significantly by the COVID-19 epidemic. Slovakia is worried about the fact that growing numbers of Venezuelans are entering the ranks of impoverished, with inequality and hunger reaching heights once unimaginable. Addressing the humanitarian crisis is one of the most acute problems we need to help Venezuela with as the international community. Facing the crisis, millions of Venezuelans have left their homes since 2015, making it the largest displacement crisis in the modern Latin American history. We appreciate the regional solidarity of the host countries and communities, providing Venezuelans with access to healthcare, education, and employment. It is clear that for the countries receiving Venezuelans to be able to provide the necessary assistance, the international aid and funding is of utmost importance. In this regard, we commend and support the activities of the European Union and various international organizations, especially the International Organization for Migration, the UN Refugee Agency, and the International Committee of the Red Cross. Slovakia provided in 2019 and 2020 financial humanitarian aid to Venezuela through contributions to the ICRC. Also this year, I would like to take this opportunity to announce that Slovakia will be contributing to humanitarian assistance towards Venezuelan refugees and migrants and their host countries by providing a symbolic financial donation of 30,000 euros to the UN Refugee Agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Let me invite His Excellency Sultan Al Shamsi, Assistant Minister of International Development of the United Arab Emirates, to take the floor. Your Excellency. As we sort out the technical difficulties with the UAE, we will return to them shortly. And so I would now like to move to Her Excellency Wendy Morton, Minister for European Neighbourhood and the Americas of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first of all, can I add my thanks to those already expressed to Canada for organising this important and timely conference. I'm pleased to be speaking for the United Kingdom today. Venezuela's already long-running humanitarian crisis continues to worsen. The COVID-19 pandemic continues to exacerbate the health, education, social and economic difficulties Venezuelans are facing. The exodus of people continues unabated in what is now the largest displacement crisis in Latin American history. I'm proud that the UK has been able to contribute generously to the response to the humanitarian crisis. Since 2019, the UK has spent £37 million inside Venezuela and in the countries in the region most affected by it. Though we are having to reduce our overseas development assistance budget for a time, the UK continues to be the largest contributor to the UN Central Emergency Response Fund, and we provide significant funding to other multilateral humanitarian agencies. We are proud too to be a founding donor of the Venezuela Humanitarian Fund, which is increasing resourcing to Venezuelan NGOs. I'm pleased to be able to announce today that the UK will be providing a further £250,000 to the Venezuela Humanitarian Fund. The international community must continue to provide resources for this underfunded crisis. It must also stand ready to support the ambition of so many Venezuelans to have real democracy restored in their country, with free and fair presidential elections. We look forward to continuing our work with partners to help the Venezuelan people achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Next, let me turn to Mr. Carlos Felipe Jaramillo, Vice President, Latin America and the Caribbean region for the World Bank. Mr. Jaramillo, the floor is yours.
I thank you very, very much, Minister Gold, for your role and Canada's role in shining a spotlight on the Venezuelan migration crisis and the need to help both the millions of migrants and refugees and also their host communities. And I want to congratulate you for this great event, and particularly for allowing us to hear the voices of the migrants. That I thought was particularly powerful. I think it shows that they are real human beings. They are our sisters and our brothers, and we must do more to help them. I think the big challenge is that this crisis, as I think many of you know, has been only modestly funded, underfunded, really, when compared with other situations. For example, the Syrian refugee crisis has mobilized more than 10 times more per refugee than this crisis. So much more is needed to reduce suffering among the migrants and refugees from Venezuela and to support their integration into their host countries. For our part, Madam Minister, the World Bank would like to confirm a pledge of $623 million for the 2021 calendar year. This pledge includes, first, a recently approved resilient and inclusive housing project for a total of $115 million, which it has concessional financing from both the World Bank's Global Public Goods Fund and from the Global Concessional Financing Facility. Later this summer, we expect very good news, the approval of a $500 million operation to support Colombia, particularly as they move to implement the long-term regularization of 1.7 million Venezuelan migrants under the temporary protection status. And we also have some additional funding, 7.7 million already secured from the State and Peace Building Fund to support the emergency provision of cash transfers in Peru and in Colombia directly to migrants. Let me close by saying that we are convinced that the effective integration of Venezuelan migrants and refugees can be very positive for the host countries. It will help with these national strategies for recovery from the pandemic, the current crisis, and for growth in the aftermath of this COVID crisis. And it really does deserve much international financial support. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carlos Felipe, and to the World Bank for your generous and important pledge today. And to conclude our pledges, let me invite His Excellency Mauricio Claver-Caron, President of the Inter-American Development Bank, to take the floor. Mauricio, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Minister Gould, for the, thank you so much. Thank you, Minister Gould, for the invitation to address this conference and for your leadership alongside UNHCR and IOM in elevating the needs of Venezuelan migrants and refugees on the world stage. Canada, yourself, have been crucial partners in this effort to mobilize resources for the people and communities affected by this crisis, both inside Venezuela and in host countries. As you know, the number of Venezuelan migrants now totals over 5.6 million people, the vast majority of whom have fled to nearly 20 countries in our region. And it's now one of the largest displacement crises in the world. And more tragically, it's one of the most underfunded. It impacts lives, host communities. The entire hemisphere deserves international attention, creative solutions, and strategic partnerships to deal with this crisis. And it's true today more than ever, as the gravest humanitarian upheaval in our region's history meets the gravest socioeconomic challenge we've faced due to COVID-19. 2 years ago, the IDB created a dedicated cross-cutting team to coordinate our response and ensure ways to find and quickly support migrants and the host communities. And by the end of this year, we expect to meet our 2020 pledge of $1.1 billion in investments and $85 million in grants after our board considers 5 new operations we prepared, reaching 11 operations in total. We are very grateful for the additional $58 million from our non-borrowing members, including the European Union, Finland, Germany, Japan, Korea, Spain, Switzerland, and the United States. Altogether, these efforts have allowed us to reach more than 400,000 migrants, to support numerous host communities and help address the needs of the most vulnerable, including undocumented women and children. Let me also highlight the role of the private sector and our partners, including participants in our American Business Dialogue, MasterCard, the Tent Partnership for Refugees, and the Bernard Van Leer Foundation. Our new historic private sector coalition, which we launched a couple of months ago, can also help us identify allies, new allies for action, and we're going to be working on that. We've demonstrated that we have a flexible platform for partnering with both public and private sectors, for maximizing their impact and encouraging a redoubled global effort to reach more of those in need. And doing so is one of my top priorities. As the child of a refugee myself, it's one of my top priorities, and that's going to remain the case as long as this crisis continues to unfold. So moving forward, our work is going to expand access to water, sanitation, housing, health, social protection, education, migrant registration, and employment opportunities. There's a lot of work to be done on all of these issues. And we're going to do so relying on the on-the-ground experience that we have, the close relationships with local governments, the robust evaluation mechanisms we've created, all of which make us the partner of choice in pursuing such solutions. So today, Minister, I'm pleased to announce that we're going to request the allocation of an additional $25 million from our board for these efforts. And we also call on all of our partners to increase their pledges and help us achieve a one-to-one match. Our intention is to reach $100 million from our own resources and another $100 million from our partners. Please, I want to express once again my gratitude to you, to all the countries, institutions, organizations that are pledging and contributing to this cause. And once again, Minister Gould, thank you for your leadership. I hope this is the start, just the start of a series of conversations we can have with partners and donors so we can continue to grow these much needed resources. And I look forward to working with the government of Canada, with our international partners to ensure momentum, the momentum that we've created here on the international stage for this generation defining challenge. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Mauricio, for that energetic presentation and, of course, the important contribution from the IDB and from your members, and the important contribution that this will make for Venezuelan migrants and refugees, as well as host communities. I have now been informed that we seem to have sorted out the technical issues with the UAE. So it is my pleasure to now invite His Excellency Sultan Al Shamsi, Assistant Minister of International Development of the United Arab Emirates, to take the floor. Please, sir, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I would like to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to Canada for hosting this donor conference. Thanks also to host countries, donors, UNHCR, IOM, humanitarian actors, and multilateral development banks. We are all aware of the reflection of this wave of migration is having on the neighboring countries and the overall region. Particularly in these times, when the world as a whole has had to face up the pandemic of the COVID-19, migration issues are complications that we must look at, treat with all attention they require. As indicated, the response to the needs to such situation combined with the significant ongoing needs in Venezuela remains seriously underfunded, although great mobilization from international donors and host countries. Key priorities have been established and future actions to maintain focus on the crisis is high on the agenda, and the UAE is sensitive to these issues. It's integrated a global effort in response to the COVID-19 by providing medical and aid worldwide, including partnership with specialized international aid agencies. I would like to emphasize that United Arab Emirates hopes that this refugees issue will receive all attention and support. I would like to notify our previous contribution of $2 million with UNHCR to support Venezuelan refugees in Colombia and the Colombian host communities, mostly towards women and children, and supporting small and medium enterprises, with a continuation of what we have been doing since 2016 at the beginning of the Venezuelan migration crisis, where we have provided almost $30 million in humanitarian aid. Finally, I would like to stress the UAE will continue the efforts and support the refugees, will focus on the protection of women and children. Thank you very much, Excellency.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. So thank you to all of our participants today. This concludes the pledging session of today's conference. Thank you to everyone for your participation and expressions of solidarity in this important event. Regrettably, we were unable to connect Organization of American States Secretary General, His Excellency Luis Almagro, due to technical difficulties, though I know he did want to join us today. But I did want to acknowledge and recognize the important contribution that the Organization of American States is making to this issue. I would also like to just thank everyone for your participation and expressions of solidarity in this important event. This conference has been the culmination of a lot of work, a lot of collaboration, consultation, and engagement from many different actors. Today, we've heard an incredible story about how the world is responding. La famille des Nations Unies s'est rassemblée aujourd'hui afin de fournir une réponse coordonnée de ses nombreuses agences. Les gouvernements hôtes apportent d'énormes contributions et explorent de nouvelles façons d'intégrer pleinement les nouveaux arrivants. La société civile, les organisations professionnelles, les groupes de réfugiés et de migrants et le mouvement de la Croix-Rouge répondent de manière innovatrice aux besoins au niveau local. Le secteur privé s'est aussi joint à nous pour la première fois dans cette entreprise, en portant une attention particulière aux besoins d'emploi et à l'intégration à long terme des nouveaux arrivants. La Banque interaméricaine de développement et la Banque mondiale jouent un rôle important en soutenant des réponses à long terme indispensables au développement. Canada will continue to work with you to find innovative ways to leverage further support. Donors, where the pandemic has placed huge financial demands on everyone, have come together. We have new countries that are committing to help for the first time. Pero sobre todo, quiero dar las gracias a los venezolanos que están con nosotros hoy. Valientemente ustedes han compartido sus historias y les hemos escuchado. Historias de la angustia de salir y empezar de cero, de su viaje y sus desafíos. Quiero que sepan que estas experiencias, estos traumas personales, tienen un impacto extenso, porque de ellos aprendemos y obtenemos conocimientos importantes de cómo responder a la crisis. Así, ustedes contribuyan de manera vital al importante trabajo de encontrar las mejores soluciones. Les agradezco también de haber compartido sus historias de solidaridad, de las manos y migas que encontraron en el camino y que les proporcionaron refugio y comida, y otra cosa intangible pero esencial, la esperanza. Finalmente, quiero expresar mi profundo respeto y admiración ante su capacidad para ser una fuerza positiva de cambio en los nuevos lugares que ahora llaman hogar, además de ser un factor primordial en la respuesta. An important part of our response is to recognize the complex and intersectional nature of the challenges facing the region. Looking through a feminist lens, as Canada does with its Feminist International Assistance Policy, we can gain a deeper understanding of different vulnerabilities and needs. It allows us to see beyond the numbers, on the move, to see people on the move. More specifically, it helps us understand the factors we need to address to help empower not just women and girls, of course, but also LGBTQI, HIV positive populations, and other people who are marginalized for simply being who they are. One area of focus for Canada is an increasing access to education and health for refugees and migrants, because both are essential for building futures of hope and possibility. Women and girls are particularly vulnerable in this crisis, at greater risk of gender-based violence and lacking access to sexual and reproductive health services, which for Canada is a fundamental right. Education and health are critical to every individual's well-being and to the health and well-being of communities everywhere. So too is safe and dignified employment. That is why it is so heartening to hear about the steps that many host countries and communities across Latin America and the Caribbean are taking to commit to social and economic integration. That is also why we are engaging the private sector, because with decent jobs, especially for women, we build long-term solutions toward opportunity, development, and peace. This far-reaching, complex, long-term response is what has brought us together today. And I am pleased to announce that to support these efforts, Canada is pledging an additional $115.4 million Canadian dollars for immediate and long-term needs, both within Venezuela and in the region. This brings the total amount in grants pledged to $954 million US dollars, with an additional $600 million US dollars pledged in loans. Je pense que nous pouvons collectivement être fiers de cette réalisation. Continuons à faire preuve de cet esprit de collaboration et d'innovation alors que nous allons de l'avant pour répondre ensemble aux besoins de millions de personnes. Let's continue to demonstrate this spirit of collaboration, partnership, and innovation. The international community must continue our collective work to keep the momentum going, maintain visibility on this crisis, and demonstrate leadership and solidarity with host countries and Venezuelans themselves in the coming years. Merci à tous. Thank you all. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Minister Gould, for those concluding remarks. Je vous remercie tous d'avoir été des nôtres aujourd'hui. This concludes the 2021 International Donors Conference in solidarity with Venezuelan refugees and migrants. Thank you. Merci. Gracias. Obrigada.